All right, my friends, we are back, part B of our exciting little adventure. We'll give it just a moment here because I'm waiting. Yeah, it did just pop right back up. I didn't even have to go back out of and into the channel. So now we get to do the counting game. Here we go. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3. All right, 2.5 seconds. Awesome. So, in our last episode, if you were watching the VODs, don't skip over part, I don't know, 13, 14, whatever be. We uh, we took a big old L. I walked backwards off a little bridge that I was setting up and plummeted really to my death. It was tragic and awful and really a bummer because we were just making our way back up to the surface with diamonds and a saddle and golden apple, some gold ingots. We just found a spider spawner, and that was it. It was game decided, no more. It was my fault totally, and we updated our death scores to reflect that. So here we are. 119 gets its first of what likely will be a few W's, and this is part of why I wanted to start in. So we're going to get rid of Sweltering Slog, right? It's done. It's gone. See ya. We will try to do a little bit better on a couple things, though. I would like to jot down our coordinates as we start another one, but it's why I didn't want to throw Devour Anything to the 119 Wolves immediately. Not knowing anything about it, it's better for me to at least get a little bearings, although something tells me that had I fallen through a big hole Devour Anything, it wouldn't have changed much 118 to 119. We still would have gone splat at the bottom. So, ouch. Anyway, we shake those off around here because we play hardcore, and in hardcore, you're gonna take some L's. So, here you go. Man, look at Slow Cooker. Oh, miss you. Some of these went way back before I knew any of you guys. I don't know where they're at now. Every once in a while I go through and clean some of these up, but this one was just a spawn in 118 that I was like, how are you seriously supposed to start? I'm on like the edge of a cliff, and you'd have to just punch dirt to get up, but we won't waste time loading that up. Toe. Toe is in the YouTube world. Check out that series. Likes and comments always appreciated. We haven't done anything with it for a little while now. We'll get back to it because I'd still like to get the HCMC stuff done, although that likely got a whole lot tougher now. We shall see. But, excuse me. Getting savvy. This is the one with kind of our edge of the jungle. I don't know, it's a skyscraper. We found a cliff that's kind of cut at right angles. And so I just made the levels up, and we're in the process of building a staircase down. So that one's fairly recent. Ant was around. I don't know, wasn't quite feeling it, and tried this one out instead. Anyway, I tried this one out instead. So we're going to try something completely different now. Oh, no, we are going to create a new world. And this one... this is an inspired one. It's a little obscure. Can we use punctuation? I think we can. Oh, awesome. All right. This is a little bit of an obscure quote. It's a response to a question, is the hint I'll give you. If you guys can come up with it, the thing that it's referencing, or the source, is very famous. Maybe not for everybody everybody, most of this audience's age, but my age and particularly folks older, incredible source. So I'll leave it at that. If you know where very small rocks came from as a response, let me know. It is deemed the wrong response, by the way. Oh, that was indirectly in the twists and turns of Habbage's brain, inspired by the Wordle answer of today. I'm not going to give away Wordles. If you haven't checked out the Wordle, though, first of all, I was living under a rock apparently back in the spring when my brother-in-law told me about it, and then I came to discover that everybody does the Wordle, and I love it, man. That is right up my alley. I took an L the other day, though. I won't ruin any of today's, except that you guys can all rest assured I got it. I've only played, I think it said I was up to 48, right? So your percentages swing widely when you have that small of a sample size. And I'm currently on a streak. Oh no, your streak ends when you lose, right? It's a winning streak, not a games played streak. So I was up to 12, mainly because I just will forget a day, right? So I think my previous streak had been 10 or 11. I got up to 12. Okay, here we go. Focus up. We'll finish the Wordle story maybe. Oh, old growth spruce taiga. All right, let's quickly hold this because this time we're gonna do this right. I will also grab you guys the seed. I got a good feeling here. We want. We'll just go with a notepad. We'll start fresh. Spawn, not spawn. Spawn is 773, and I am gonna start trying to keep Y's as well. I think that matters in some cases. 773.9 is our spawn. While we've got this going, let's see if I can do this. That, my friends, is the seed. If you want to jump in and play along, why doesn't... That was weird. All right, whatever. Seed. Now, trusting y'all, show some responsibility, be cool out there, be awesome to one another, as I often say. Stay awesome until we talk again. In this case, oh, dude, first of all, learn how to type so that you can use the number pad without having to look down. But I'm looking at the screen here, and I wasn't looking at the 714375045101469 All right, we've got a seed. I'm not. Oh, that was. Oh, this is. What do we just call this? Will it float? And that was a negative on the seed. That's where my whole thing got messed up, apparently. Save. All right. I get that distraction out of my way. You guys have the seed if you want it. It will hang out there for just a bit longer, and every time we sleep. Let's see. Oh, that's just. I was like, what kind of a structure is that? That's amazing. We got brown mushrooms. Lots brown. Oh, we have ocean, unless we're just waiting for that to fill in, but that looks pretty good. So I think let's get kind of go in a foraging circle here. You guys know what a foraging circle? Oh, look at how close we are. So we are really, maybe not. I was going to swing wide and then end up back at the water, but it's right here. Um, if you're out in the wilderness, camping or hiking or whatever, and or anything, and you're particularly um, hunting or foraging, where you're doing the looking at what's around, and your eyes are going to be focused on the ground. Particularly, you're not trying to constantly pay attention to where you're going. What you're trying to do is pay attention to what it is you're hunting for, whether it's an animal that if you're down with that, you're trying to um, catch and harvest, or whether it's a um, edible of some kind, a plant or a berry or a whatever. If you're out in the wilderness, that's a really good way to get lost because your eyes aren't focused particularly on how many trees have you passed, or what did that creek look like, or what are the landmarks around. You're looking for the stuff that you're trying to gather. And that's good. That makes you a more successful hunter or gatherer. It's bad if you gathered up a bunch of stuff but can't find your way home. How many times has that happened to us in Minecraft? And you can't enjoy the benefit of all that stuff. So when you're doing those kinds of activities, it's really a good idea to find a large scale landmark. I was going to say landscape. You're in the landscape. A landmark of some kind that you can see from a long way away, and kind of keep in mind. And I was going. Now I'm stuck. I was going to use this. I can't even see it anymore. Dang it! Come here. See how great this example is? I should just shut up. Just shut up and punch a tree. I was going to use that big lava fall on that cliff as our landmark to kind of come down in here and keep that focus, knowing that we wouldn't lose the ocean then. Because after the last round, the ocean is real important. Gets us our mobility, will let us hunt for biomes and set up more of a kind of base setting. So I don't know. This one may be a little more traditional. Oh, there's a chicken. Still haven't found any red mushrooms. That would kind of be my next big hope for today before we have to go to sleep. That or sheep. And how many of these? We only have 13. Should try to get up to a stack. Sweet berries would be even better. Because they are renewable. This just keeps getting better and better. Yeah, we are good. Why? I mean, I guess some tree was here and then the river got put in, but we got some saplings. That's cool. We got a village. Oh, this is amazing. Thanks, game. And we got a flooded out ravine here. I don't even have anything to get these salmon. I don't think I'm going to try to punch them to death. But we will come over here so we can snag a bed and then return to our exploring and building endeavors. Oh, look at it. It comes all the way up to here. So we want to be a little careful that we're not likely to trigger raids from home, but how great is this? Yeah, this one we may make a little home on. We'll still want to be doing our full exploration on swamps and deep caves and everything. of course. Give me seed. Look at that. We're already a farmer. Hi. I'm gonna get your pumpkins eventually, but don't know that I'm gonna worry about that. Oh, these might be melons. Don't, please, please, please don't crush potential melons before we even have a chance to harvest them. Hi, friend. Ooh, ooh, that would be nice. How much did he want for that? 9 emeralds. Can we? Now, these guys don't have hay. That makes it tougher. Oh my god. Okay, so the game is going to try to kill me here. I've played enough to know how this song ends. The story, or whatever you want to say. Um, get that is too much, too soon, too good, and you're going to die. But what is it that is going to try? Oh my goodness. Vanishing, vanishing. That doesn't do too much for me. This can at least get us going, right? And then the rest of this stuff, maybe, well, we may have other chests, but this is so close to where we're going to end up. Oh, there's a fish. So close to where we're going to end up being that I'm not even. Of course, we have stuff going on below. Hello, friend. What have you got? Oh, we could be portaling here in no time. We got some pants. Thank you. Um, 27. That's not going to get us 9 emeralds anytime soon, but I'd love to have that enchanted iron sword before we're spending our. Oh, we gotta go get a bed too. Before we're saving our emeralds for books and all that, right? Just starting that game that early with something enchanted like that, even though it's not an awesome set of enchantments. What fire and sharp, I think, is what it had. It would still be a great way to get things going. And maybe this one. I hate. Oh, this one doesn't even have a. I like the purple tables though. That could be our house if we can find it. Oh, and here's the berries we were looking for. I think there were some houses up here too, right? Come on. Now I'm worried. Here's one. Please have a bed. If this whole town doesn't have any beds, can you imagine? Oh, thank you. Whew. Sorry, dude. Don't worry though. You can snuggle up. Come on. Cozy up. It's fine. We'll pop some popcorn, watch some scary movies. It'll be sleepover. All right. Large fern, is that the super rare one? Um, I It's either large fern or small fern, right? I think what I should do. So one thing we got to do, we got to grab this. I'm sorry, dude, but I needed a purple bed. We'd actually talked about switching into purple bed mode. Oh, this could be home to start. Um, no, 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 no. Well, now we got ferns of all sizes, right? So I think this is what you get if you shear. The large fern is uh the kind of special one, right? But here's what we're gonna do. Let's keep those. Put that in there. Um, I think for the moment, I mean, we're not gonna need spruce saplings anytime soon, right? Let's hang on to these. I know this is fortune. I kind of hate to waste it, but okay, we don't have any torches yet. So I think this is safe from anyone trying to use that as their bed. So I won't be stealing a bed from anybody. Now, can I... Ooh. Oh, look at this thing. This is amazing. Oh, we got stone cutter. Lots of pumpkins. He's kind of like tucked in and around a little cave. And then this one is kind of a meh floor plan, but I almost did it again. Don't fall in holes. All right, and then this is the top of our house. Our house. Let's see if we can quick peek some gold. This is exact, or gold, coal. Don't find any here. Oh, the hiccups. That's no good. Um, we don't even really have stone yet, but I'm a bit okay with that now that we have a safe place to live. We got more chickens up here. And I think we want to go back out onto that point because, oh, there's some iron up there. At this point, oh, there's a cat. We don't even know. Like, are we on the edge of just a point that's going to come right back around so that both sides are ocean, or is uh, what we're standing on now just an extending continent that goes well out into the world? This is a fortune shovel. Okay, got. Oh no! Dang it. Stupid gold. Stupid me not paying attention. Let's come right down here. Do what we gotta do. So the worst part is I wasted all that durability. Oh, that's just vanishing anyway. I thought that one had fortune too for a second. I forgot. Alright, let's stone tool it up. At least this. And what is this? Fortune 3. What? Melons early until I have Silk Touch would be the best thing. I think I don't want to waste that. Let's go get some more stone and get all our tools. Oh, now we can get more iron. Okay, everybody up. Because I'd really rather keep that fortune axe until we have some melons. If those are melons growing down in the village, not pumpkins, then we're in for a very happy circumstance. All right, two of those. I'll put one here, and we'll swap one there. And then this was fortune 2. Again, gravel maybe? All right, now I can pick you up, and then let's go back and get the rest of this. It stings a little bit, but so we got 6 pieces. So we'll see what we want to do with those, or if we can get lucky and snag a few more here before we really get going. What we could really use is just one. Well, oh, look at that. All right, this is the greedy part, though, right? This is where you don't want to overextend yourself and all of a sudden become unsafe. Let's get this, because this is the dangerous bit. I think we'll be ready to run away. Okay, good. Now, all right, the rest of that is very scary. I don't think we're quite there yet. Did I come up here? I think I maybe peeked in this one. Oh, there's creeper. Oh, I didn't even hit him. Alright, well, good enough. The problem here is I can't even... Get out. Run away! Alright, well, that was a very good, auspicious beginning. We have 17 stone, which seems like enough. Yeah, everybody's running back to town. I agree. I think that's the best place for us. Yep, I did I did the same too. I hear you, buddy. Alright. I think we are safe and sound in our little home. Um I think we're going to put these two away. This, I don't know, we'll just use it up. It's garbage. But I'm thinking while we have space, before that gets too full, let's put this on the ground. Make another one of these. I should sleep right now before everything fills with mobs. Here's that seed again. Oh, and that's a lot of torches. I think I kind of like having those there. Let's do this. And then we can put all of this stuff back in there again. Save you. We don't need the dirt. And next up, make our furnace. Now, I think it's going to go there. Still gives a little, and we'll probably put another chest in there. And maybe something else stashed up high there, grindstone or something. Depends how long we use this for. But we need to cook that. And we need some torches. Now, I thought about taking two of the torches that were in here, but this is our home. All right. Now I think, want to go. I think I'm going to go axe, shovel. No, axe, pick. Right, this is the sticks that were. Axe, pick? It wasn't a pick. All right, let's let our iron cook while we do a bit more work here at the village. Let's start here. These are all fairly short trees, right? But we can probably do this a bit of the easy way. No! Don't use durability stuff to break leaves. That. Oh, guess we'll go down. That. And that. All right, these are going to clear. And now we can go. Think from this out edge. And I'm just trying to take this as far back as the water will resource easily. And we're just going to make a kind of zero resistance farm, I guess. Zero effort. Minimal footprint. Oh, this could be trouble right here. But if everything else fills in... Oh, it won't. Shoot. Alright, let's still... Good start. Let's come on here. Remember, that sword may change, but I think he'll keep offering an iron sword. I don't know. Rarely do I look at those kinds of deals. And next, while we're, I guess, waiting for those trees to clear, let's get this one done. It's that, and we'll take this guy too. Okay, so now we've got 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ah, plenty, and we got some back. I don't know. Huh? Oh, that was a path block. Turns into dirt. Alright, so now... Flower, you come with me too. I am going to have to worry about villagers coming in here and wandering traders and who knows what else. But I don't know what I ran into there. Maybe that leaf block. You... Maybe... I don't know. Do I want to take the effort for a bucket for that? This is just like... what do they call it? I'm trying to think of what the word is for... Opportunistic farming, I guess? Where... primitive peoples or whatever are like, oh yeah, look, this boggy ground here stays wet all the time. If we took these seeds of these things that we really like to eat and moved them over there, we don't, the prehistory kind of stuff. We don't actually have to consider what we're doing farming or anything like that. We're just making our gathering a lot easier by putting it in a spot where it's easy to get to and all that. So I think we'll do this instead. We'll just switch that. Stop it. Okay, I guess this one too. Man, that really didn't do much for us, did it? There, there. I don't know. We'll see if we even need this much stuff. But first thing, we're going to do that. Get you out of the way. Now, we don't ever want to cut down our trees that are kind of protecting our access here, right? Keeping the mobs away, keeping other people from stealing our bed. But I think we do want it to be kind of obvious where we're going. There's that chest. Want all those. We definitely want some of this. So 18, that is, I think we need 17, right? 9 and 8, so we're not doing buckets for farming, that's for sure. But we will do a full suit of iron. And we can even make the shield. Let's do that. And boop boop. I guess I don't need to put that there just to hold it. Alright. Now, it's getting late. Sleep. Then we'll go plant our seeds. Plant in the morning. I don't think we need glass yet. It's nice to already have some sand. We don't need to carry around the flint. Dirt's kind of handy. Let's make another shovel. And let's leave. I thought I was leaving these behind. Let's leave those there till a time when they actually make sense to use. All right. So now we can go plant this area, and then we'll go hunting for more resources in these caves a little bit, I think. Now, so far, I haven't seen much wandering around here, but that doesn't mean that they won't come. But by doing just a bunch of wheat in here, we can start to supplement what they're growing and we're trying to trade back to them. I'll just grab these for now for possible seeds and come up and turn these crops. And soon we'll have to do that, but I think, oh, potatoes coming. When I get to using the potatoes that we have, I think this is a full potato. I'll do that over where I think I want to build a base over in the old growth taiga, not right here in town. We'll just keep them loaded up with wheat, and they may change that out individually. I don't know exactly how all of their, like once we've loaded them up, will they ever switch out a beet or a potato or something, just kind of spontaneously, maybe. I don't know. It's these we really want to hope. No, don't. That's why I don't trust any of this. And what kind of leads to our next mission, which is I want to kind of cautiously go into the caves, get a bunch of stone so that we can wall off our little farm area and nothing will come and bounce on it. Because nothing's worse than people jumping on your crops. All right, we haven't really done anything about food yet, have we? We could make some bread. If we were to go find some sugar cane, that would be pretty good too, right? Because isn't it? Do we have to have milk for pies? I think it's sugar, pumpkins, maybe wheat and eggs. I don't know. Pies would be really good to start this early though. Just keep clearing around. I want to get over to that last farm. And then maybe we'll clear out that portal chest as well. since we're over here. More seeds. This is kind of the windy one. No full pumpkins yet, or potatoes over here. But we got those extras. That's good. All right, let's come down here and do this. Take all the rest of this nonsense back. Oh, and we got, I guess we hadn't picked up the other obsidian in the house chest. So take this chest back, put it in our cabin. It's kind of concentrated. We don't have to go running around and wondering, where did that end up? And I don't even know that we looked in these. Nice. Was I saying that about being hungry? No more. Vapor, I think we can leave. He's a map maker after all. He didn't need bread getting stale or a stick to do his job, but I think the paper could help him out. And then over here, this is where we got our pants, right? Now, what are you selling? Knockback one for 16. That is a different offer than we saw over here, wherever it was. This guy, right? Are you still selling your sword for cheap? 9, sharp, and fire. We don't have any yet, but if our farmer buddies are receptive, we can start piling that up. It's going to be hard pressed between food and emeralds for a bit, but maybe this is our answer right here. The gem berries. Oh, there is a fire over there too. Maybe I should make use of that right now. And get the salmon cooked, right? Now, were there any of these that weren't seeded? I thought I saw a bear one, but maybe not. Alright, salmon. There it is. That'll pop off. Alright, we had just talked about it. Let's take this opportunity to quarry a bit of stone. Want this for our disposable tools here for a bit, and to cordon off our little field. I don't know. Tell me how you guys feel too in the comments. I know restarting all that, we were already had an awesome chat to start things off between located Reaper. There's our fresh salmon, freshly cooked salmon, and a little carbs, a little protein. Oh, look at that big old meal. All right, we need to keep this going. Oh, Fletcher? I didn't notice a fletching table, but look at them go. Oh, the battery is low on my controller. Means we got some time, but let's go ahead and use one of our precious torches back here. Just fill that up. Oh, what are you guys doing up there? Seems like a dangerous situation. I'm just gonna say it. Oh, they go all over the place. We will work to. Oh no! Come back! Come over here to the stairs. Yeah. All right, first thing, I don't want. Oh my. They're all going to die. We have a new mission in life. But at least they know that that is there, I think. Stop. Stop killing yourselves. All right, is that. No, don't. Dude, get down from there. Right now. You go downstairs. Go on. Oh my goodness. Now, I don't know. Do villagers heal up? Do they even have hearts? I mean, they must, right? They can get killed. But yeah, this tree is done. For sure. You guys are going to be normal villagers hanging out and gossiping on normal ground level, not in the air. All better? You guys all feeling good? All right. Let's get back over towards home. We got a bunch of stuff to drop off. We'll do the next batch of seeds in the morning. Excuse me. They learned from me. Yeah, I'm a bad influence. I was like, yeah, this is how I live. I jump from tree to tree and go into my house. You guys, you should practice. Fortunately, they're not very good at it. All right, so now, what do we have? Saplings we don't need. We don't need any of this stuff, right? We don't need a vanishing hoe, although I guess I could have been using that and saved my other. All right, we're gonna need another pick. It gets first priority. I will try to use that up though. All right, now it is daytime. Let's go. Start to mark this out. There. Um, kind of feel like this, we owe it to him not just to replace all this, right? But what if we did a bit of improving here, right? What if this out to here got blocked off? And then, I don't know, there's some flowers on that bit of the path. So maybe clean the path up there. And just go here. Down. And then another one here. Here I am like, let's do cosmetic stuff. Let's make it pretty. So now, I think this is going to be our walkway along, and we'll do probably. Hold on, I'm doing all this without having planted the seed, so I just remembered I was supposed to be doing that. All right. Next up, more wood. Combine these. Drop at least this tree. And maybe this tree so I can cut this whole hill back into stairs. Right, it's not gonna decay very fast because of this. We'll just try to shape this tree back into more of it. And then back to the shovel. These. Resale value, you know? Curb appeal. That's what we're trying for here. And speaking of leaf decay, let's break those just to make sure all this is going. All right, so now we just need a little fence of some kind, and I'm wondering if maybe it should be wood, just to mix it up. We use stone walls so often, and I think they look good, and especially with the gates, they look even better. But we never use too many other materials, and this is kind of a one-off. So let's get rid of all this extra dirt and sand and extra no, we're carrying the mushrooms. I think we're good there. This is all our wood. I may have needed some of that for coal, but alright, if we do this, and this, that is completely wrong. 3. Let's see how that gets us. And I'm gonna that was 4, so actually we would want that back a little bit more. Right? Because we'd have stone. I think we're gonna go here. To there. And I expect that these will... Ooh. Kind of botched that, didn't I? This. Because that'll be 3. I think... Well, I mean, we're guessing these are going, so I'm hoping that that covers it. And then all of these are 3, so that should make that not feel too cramped as we cut through. And I want to get this outer edge done. More importantly, ooh, gotta go a little closer here, right? Because we don't want things jumping the fence. That may still be too close. And I think maybe we'll put in one more access there. And I don't really think I want that there. I don't know, maybe here. So then we would need 8 gates. All right. And those are going to have to. I saw some birch trees down there. I think that will be our next little mission. I don't even know. I don't even know where the sun would be to see it going down. Okay, it's over there. That'll be our next little mission. So let's hang those, put that away. We don't need it. Let's make a boat. Some of you guys are like, thank you, please don't keep us cooped up here anymore. I would like to get a little berry patch going because berries can feed us while we're waiting on the wheat to grow to get that sword or a sword, whatever the sword may be. I have now used all the stone. Let's maybe make a little larder back here. You guys know what a larder is, right? I don't know if this is... Ooh. Ooh. Look at this. Okay. To be explored tomorrow. Because now we gotta go to bed. Got lava. Let's let them settle down. A few too many left there. Oh, dude. Can I have your shovel? Oh. I forgot I wasn't using a sword. It took so long to get back. Anybody else? He didn't give me a shovel, did he? No. So I'd like to make a little room off this where I can, eventually potentially kick. Oh, there's some coal. Kick down into mining. Although, again, I'd really like to make home be over in that old growth. This is just kind of get started. Honestly, I want to get that sword. Let's get that sword. Now, is this lava is up on that next level? Hopefully this doesn't make a big mess. Okay, there's that out of the way. Now, this is probably a little dangerous, and I should probably. I think the villagers are smart enough to try to avoid the lava. We'll kind of, if I see any of them wandering into it, we'll take corrective actions quickly. But just having the light spilling out here should make my little area around my house a little safer. And it gives us... Hey, Bobby! How are you doing, man? Yeah, good to see you, dude. Been a long minute, and don't be sorry, man. Hey, we all got lives. I don't even know. I don't know if you tried to drop by or anything, but I've been I had like a head cold, so I was all congested and coughing and stuff. So I haven't even streamed in a while. Basically since I guess it was Tuesday, right when 119 came out. So how you doing? Hope life is treating you well. Hopefully no head colds in your world. Good to see you, though. All the buddies are coming by, which is awesome. I had to restart. Got a little laggy, but so good to see you, dude. I am in World 2 of 119, and this one looks a lot of fun. And yeah, remember, you're all good, dude. No need to apologize. However, dude, um, hang on a second. It's raining. Sorry, I'm like a week's worth of game days into this world here. I want to be safe. All right, let's park this. You got a minute? You gonna be hanging out for a second? I hope. Um, Everybody else, please bear with, and I hope this doesn't turn into a disaster. I don't even know where we were, but Bobby is Bobby's important people around here. Bobby gets a little bit of special treatment. Channel is not that big, not that cool. He doesn't get to be named anything special, but we we got our own little ways of showing folks that they're appreciated when we do get to see them. Awesome. Oh, I love the cliffhanger too, dude. That's the best. You know how to do it. All right, I know we're a little out of sync. Don't worry about it. Hopefully you recognize this though. This is the world that I had been playing in. I haven't loaded it yet in 19. Just trying to be safe, and since I don't get the snapshots or anything like that, haven't haven't been willing to risk all the building and time that I put into this world to get going. But as you know, I think you were around. You saw Ant. Ant got a blue bird, but I don't know if I saw you since we went to the swamp and got Alex 968, dude. That's right. For everybody else who's watching the VODs, Bobby has hung out through a lot of Stardew, accommodating me and actually chipping in, chatting about what's going on in our Stardew plays, and I appreciate the heck out of him for that. Um, in that world, my cat was randomly named Alexander, and Bobby let me know, hey, that's hooked up. So I threw your numbers in there, Bobby, and called him Alex. Definitely, which I recall, real Alex is a black cat. So there you go, dude. When I found a black cat, I thought it was for you. Hey, man, you earned it. And just so, because I haven't checked this out in a long time, and I love it. We got our little tower top garden bar thing. I think we're gonna have a bar here. I think we've got these set. I don't remember. We were doing some experimenting down in the storage to get everything set, but I know you've been around in this world. I've done a lot more building on it. Started getting the villager trading set up, and then I realized I needed observers, and had spent a whole stream. I was like, I'm out. Let's work on storage instead. So, but there you go. I just wanted to let you know. Hadn't forgotten you, and your your buddy Alex either. So there you go, dude. But I am. You were. You left me on a cliffhanger, dude. I've been great, and I've had some really sunny weather around my place, and you won the lotto, and your channel blew up, and you are now live recording ads for I don't know sneakers. You something. I don't know. I'm giving you a hard time, man. Maybe the and just hung in there. But anyway, I just wanted to take that little sidetrack to let you know you got a pet named after you here in the game, and it was just subject to me finding name tags and that black cat. I told everybody, I was like, dude, man, this awesome, awesome friend of the channel, Bobby, has a pet named Alex. Happened to find out because of that funny little Stardew Valley me randomly naming my cat Alex. So there you go, small world, and had a blast. Um, we'll come back because I just seeing that I'm like, oh, we could go work on this, but we want to play 119. I don't want to risk all that base work that I've been doing there. Although this one got moved. Uh, Also, Bobby, you may not have missed, or you may not have even known. One of my favorite random, totally overlooked movie quotes of all times. If you know where that one came from, very small rocks as a questioning answer, a not confident answer to a question in a movie. Let me know. That's our world though, and I love it so far. All right, we're back. It just started raining. We want to go get birchwood, and I think we're okay to do that. Although I'd kind of like to hang a little closer to home. Let's finally get stone tools up to where they need to be now that we've gotten rid of some of those gold ones. So full picks. Oh, and 2 more shovels. Still not going to get our overwhelming cobble out of the way, but at least now we don't have to worry about not having a shovel. And I think we're good with that for a minute. Zip, zip. There. Let's at least finish out this path. And I said to make another channel dedicated to YouTube Shorts, and it's been blowing up. Awesome. Knowing you, dude, I figured it was you were gonna have some kind of channel news for me. Awesome. Glad to hear it's going your way. Getting a W. Did we ever go in these buildings? I think we got distracted by the farms, but I want birch trees. Those will make our gate stand out so it doesn't just get lost. How do I get into my crops? I call that blowing up. I sure have never had 900 views in one day. And I understand. We've talked many times how relative all that is. You know, to some people that's small potatoes. To you, that's becoming a little more normal. To me, hopefully someday, but on my own terms and probably not in short form. But awesome, dude. I'm so glad to hear that's going well. All right, that's plenty. Cool, man. Awesome. Oh yeah, see, this is looking more and more like I'm not just gonna get to the same ocean that's over here. We kind of wondered as the world spawned, and our spawn is right over here in old growth taiga. I'd love to put my actual base kind of over here, and just beyond those trees, that's all ocean. But it's not connected here, so well, yeah, that's the advantage, right? You've already put the time into growing one audience, and of course they're gonna spill over, but you'll also get the hype of YouTube promoting and uh, giving recommendations to the new channel. That's you know better than I do. That's definitely a recipe for success. So good, 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 good. All right. I also don't think I need any of these. Um, we only need 8, but we'll get twice that many. All right. These aren't going to be particularly creeper resistant, but they will be villager deterrents. Right? And I'm thinking maybe we do a water fence too to keep like wandering traders and bands of pillagers and all that from showing up right into there. Now, I don't know that I'd love to have torches everywhere on here, but I think mainly we just want to get some for the crops to keep growing. So I'll go here, here, and here. That'll be the closest we can get. Yeah, you said it's been really sunny there, man. Yesterday, yesterday we got that wake up call. Hey, it's summertime. It hit 100 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday, and that's summer. That here in Colorado, even that isn't completely unbearable because there's not much humidity, but you got to remember we had snow um, not too terribly long ago. We within a month, I think we had that snowstorm mid. I think it was in the teens of May. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. We got time though. I'm gonna go plant these seeds. Um, and that's a big change when and I know with storms and stuff like that. So there's actually a thing about where the biggest temperature changes in a day or a week or whatever. Um, it certainly isn't record breaking or anything like that, but it's one of those like, dude, man, it was just too chilly, and now it's hot, hot. So kind of, I love that variety. I love never knowing what tomorrow is going to be like weather-wise, but hot is hot, and we're supposed to stay. Um, yeah, I get it. Give you a a one timer. You should have just called it Bobby God 968, dude. Then I would have known easily. I wouldn't have to guess. Metawalk. No, not 130 Fahrenheit, dude. I don't know. I don't know if anything gets to 130 Fahrenheit. That's hot, hot, hot. 100 is 34 C, something like that. 34, 36. It's hot, but it's not like you're gonna die hot. Um, let's see. 37.7778, so almost 38 degrees C. So hot summer. Um, but yeah, not quite that hot. And it wasn't too bad. It still kind of feels like good. I haven't turned on the air con or anything like that. I normally don't very often use it in my place, but my neighbors are on holiday and have been. They're like on a 2-week holiday, um, and I haven't heard their AC kicking on either. They live upstairs from me, and when you have an upstairs neighbor, their place gets all the heat, right? The heat rises. So even though there's insulation and all that kind of stuff, I don't get I get morning and kind of midday direct sun on my walls, but I have a little deck balcony that covers up like my office windows. Um, helps keep it cool a little bit. And if I'm on it, if I get up early in the morning, um, I can open up the house, get the cool, overnight air, bleed everything out, and I don't have to run AC very often. Now, middle of the summer, that doesn't help too much because it has a cumulative effect, right? You can't bleed out as much heat in those middays. But the people upstairs running their AC, they create this little cool bubble, right? They want to, oh, I want my house sitting at like 60 Fahrenheit. Um, which would be cool. That's cool. I'm joking. Usually people leave it upper 60s, low 70s. Oh, I think that's a good one, man. It's awesome. Um, I, I will definitely, I will definitely get by and hit you with a sub and wish I checked it out more. But I think it's easy to remember. Stands out. Two little word contraction. They're good neighbors. They get to live in comfort. They get to pay for lots of electricity and run their AC nonstop all summer. I have both both my apartment and their apartment AC unit sitting right outside my bedroom window, so I do have to listen to it running. It's very loud overnight. It makes it tougher to sleep with the windows open in my place, which I do some not. I mean, there's parking lot and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of unsettling when you're like sleeping on a ground floor and you get woken up as people are, either coming back from a late night out or getting up in the morning to go to an early job and are talking, and like you wake up to a stranger's voice talking and it sounds clear, and they're probably 20, 30 feet away, but um, it still feels like they're right on top of you. So I don't know. Usually at that point, if I leave a window open, it'll be in a different room or something like that. But it keeps it cool, and they keep everything nice and bearable. So I kind of have my I say, it's kind of like a cave, right? I don't have an attic or anything like that to heat. That all big energy sinks when you're doing all that kind of stuff. So I get the benefits, and I can basically live very comfortably for maybe about a 3 week month in August that I have to run AC pretty constantly. Otherwise, I'll turn it on, run it for a few hours if the day's been really hot, help clear it out, and then open everything up when it gets cool in the evening. All right. We What do we need to do next? We're getting our wheat supply up. We need to mine. I think we certainly need coal. Coal's probably the top on the list now, right? So let's go get coal and let's see if, oh my gosh, hiccups again. Now this seems pretty solid. I have a feeling we're going to hit lots of cave activity anyway, but let's try to make a little cellar early storage, staircase, all that kind of stuff here that may be for stuff that we don't need in our little hut. Give it a little bit of an entrance. And I don't think this needs to be too big. Oh, copper. Yay, copper. I have an attic, but it has no floorboards. Basically, the ceiling is the flooring, so you'd fall through that. So, yeah, don't go crawling around up there. Yeah. When I was a kid, we we had I don't know that the floor is too common in the UK. Um, a split level, so lots of footprint, right out in the country and stuff like that. Maybe there's more of those, but typically you see even the villages in the country, houses tend to be a little more vertical and less expansive space. But with the split levels, my bedroom had like in my closet, there was the access to the um, attic over the kind of the other split of the house. So the kind of the little side was the bedrooms and the garage and the laundry room going down on multiple levels, and then on the opposites, half a staircase, half a floor on either side. That was where the like kitchen and the family room and the dining room were. And down below, we had a basement that for most of the time was unfinished. My dad, kind of worked on finishing it as we grew up, and it ended up being a very nice hangout room when it was all done. But um, that all that was kind of the larger floor, and I had this like side door in my attic that, or in my closet, that looked out into that attic, and that was the same deal, right? There was no floor, there was just the rafters, and then the insulation, and then below that would be the sheetrock or whatever had the ceiling put onto it. I don't know. The house was built before I was, so I think it was pretty cool though, having that much kind of storage. It was kind of cool, kind of sucked. It was cool because um, I could put like toys and stuff out there, but it wasn't like my parents were like, you go up there, because especially as a little kid, I would have done exactly what you talked about. I would have crawled around on there, been like, oh, I won't never fall, and tried to be balance on the rafters like my dad did, and then fall through the ceiling, and it would have been expensive and a huge mess, and my parents would have, I don't know, they probably wouldn't have put me up for adoption, but they might have thought about it. So I never did that, and it was made very clear to me: do not go up in there. But right inside um, my closet, that my dad had like put some two by or some plywood type stuff out, so it was kind of like a shelf. And in the winter, my mom would do a lot of food storage there because it wasn't insulated, so it would be basically a big freezer all winter long. And in the summer, yeah, you'd feel that heat just come pouring out if you ever opened it up. So I know what you're talking about, man. Good for storage, not good for a living space. But those are cool attics too. That's where you always, as a kid, you'd be like scared to poke your head through there because, ooh, that's where the spooky, scary monsters or stuff might live. All right, so I think we can do some chests over here. And instead of just being straight in, I'm going to put stairs down this way. And we'll just see how far we can go. But again, I don't want to overly build this out. If we run into trouble, whatever, because I'd like to live over on the ocean and not, I never want to live right in a village because I'm a big threat to all the villagers, but this is a huge start boost to us. All right, speaking of which, before we get too far into this, let's get some more torches there, and let's go get a gate so that this becomes safe. You doing anything tomorrow, 1 p.m.? Because I was thinking if I can find a 118 Minecraft as some we could game together. I don't know. Monday's a little tougher. Getting back into the weekday. Is that 1 p.m. your time or my time? I guess I should ask that first. I don't even know what 1 p.m. because that would be cool. But I don't know on timing. No, though. We were here for gate. He's distracted, man. I'm like, oh, that's a beat. 1 p.m. your time because it would be 7 p.m. my time. Um, I mean that would kind of be the ideal wheelhouse time, but I don't know. Things have been kind of drifting later for me, and we shall see. As I said, I was laid up, stupidly laid up, right? Like it was a head cold. I should have been much more active. And even if I wasn't streaming, which was tough, it would have been brutal for me to talk or you guys to listen to me while I was all congested and coughing and all that. It was bad enough that Tuesday when I did go. Um, so I think, hi, you still got my sword? Oh, prices went up. I don't know if you're the same dude or not. Come away from that lava though. You scare me over there, man. Um, yeah, I am the prime example. What do they call it? That like guys are the I don't know. Some of my girlfriends all tell me it's like kind of along the same lines as like mansplaining or something like that. It's man flu or something where we get like a little sniffle and just blanket on the couch like oh, I'm a tough guy, I can do this and that, I'm all you know okay. Yeah, I know. You've often said you've been playing while I've been going. Um, but yeah, you end up with. I ended up drinking lots of hot tea instead of iced tea. I spent more time than I should have on my couch. I played a lot of Skyrim instead of getting other stuff done as I sniffled and felt sorry for myself. But yeah, I'm the worst. Get me any kind of not quite healthy, and I just am like, I'm gonna die. It's the worst ever, and it was literally I had a head cold. That's interesting that we just have a stack. Have we? Can I see? Don't forget to harvest your or replant your crops. I did good at the replanting, but I didn't finish out the deal here. And now I don't have the hoe. Awesome. Uh, I no, I'm not sure if that makes sense. I could have. I don't think so. It was such a head cold. It was and I know it can manifest itself in a lot of ways. So maybe, but um, the time I thought I was more likely to have had COVID, dude, that was bad, and I still to this day, who knows? I don't know. I don't have I don't live with people, so it isn't a big deal to me as far as um, quarantining. If I'm sick, I'm not going out and around. So I did that to that effect, and it timed itself perfectly because I'd already kind of told my friends like, while the hockey's not going crazy, I'm gonna lay low and just kind of chill. I didn't expect that I was gonna be laying low and just kind of chilling um, on the couch so much, but it was fun. And but when for that reason, I certainly wasn't out and about spreading stuff, even if I did have COVID. So I don't think so, though. It just felt like a cold, right? And it was um, really just a more of a case of the sniffles. I'd have the congested head, and every time I took something for it, I would then be runny nose and coughing and all that kind of stuff. So no, I don't know. Maybe that was COVID, but I still think I'm there. And I was saying I got to go get my next booster. I haven't scheduled it. I don't even know if you need to anymore around here. But the last one I got was in uh, in December on I think the 10th or the 11th. So I'm basically 6 months out, and I figure that's time to go get re-upped. We're still low on coal, but let's go check. I want to check those houses that I don't think I've been in yet. And I want to check all these fields because I suspected as much. So now that we've got our own, these should be a really nice supplement. And we'll maybe go with a few extra potatoes in here. I just hate to lose them if somebody tramples on those crops. Wheat is what we really want them growing as well. I don't know that that would negatively impact the trades, right? Like that doesn't make the farmers go, "Oh, I want less wheat 'cause my pockets are already full of it," right? I like to play Minecraft like Stardew. It's like a two in one. I'm not sure I follow you, dude. Um, I want to. I like how. Oh, yeah, just kind of filling in the story, maybe. Well, I definitely like both, and I don't know. All that goes back to the streamer I don't watch as much anymore. Although I went back and watched some of his old stuff again while I was. I think it was one night, like because I felt like an insomniac, and I sleep really 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 well, but I'd go to bed probably after having drank too much hot tea, and then I wouldn't be able to sleep. Hey, what's up, dude? Look at you. You're like a little contained guy. This is awesome. Now, I don't know if, first of all, oh, look at all this. You like how I play Minecraft like Stardew. It's like a two in one. Cool, man. Well, I appreciate that. You are too kind. Um, that's one way to do it. Should we make this our trade guy? Oh, look at all these dudes. We should have come down here a lot longer ago. Oh, look at this. Grab all the goodies, all the decorations. I mean, they don't care. They're stuck in a little bobsled. Yeah, Paul Soares Jr. is the guy I was talking about, though. Again, you and I talk about our numbers. He's got a 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube. So, and that's over a lot of years. He was doing his thing when I didn't even know what Minecraft was, and so many videos were just out there waiting for us when I discovered the game, and so many other people. Hey, what do I do? How do I get more out of this? But his kind of making it like Stardew in, hey, I'm going to create this into a little world and try to interact with people, even though it's all pretend and it's all for play and just silly. I I would love to, reach that kind of skill in seeing it. So maybe someday you gotta have goals, right? It's like sports or anything else. You gotta know the people that you look to and admire, and it's okay to go. I don't like everything, but the parts I do like are really good, and I try to bring my own style, and mine is more ambling and lost train of thought. It's also certainly much longer format where he's YouTubing, making episodes and kind of staging some of it a little bit just to have good content. I am just just kind of looking at this as, yeah, this is sharing what I enjoy out of the game. So awesome. Now, do we make the trapped guy our buddy? So that was how you got into YouTube and Twitch? No. I mean, yes and no. He was Paul Sword Jr. I discovered because I was looking up how to. I don't even know. Um, at one point, I was trying to figure out horses. They were still relatively new to the game, and I was new to the game. And one of the hermits, uh, um, is he still BOO? I mean, I know that's still put in there. I think the name changed a little bit though, but BOO had a tutorial or something on horses, making a horse ranch or something like that. And I discovered his playthrough first, and I was like, "What? Wow! Look at all this!" And immediately it clicked. It was like, "Oh wow, this is cool." Because at the time I'd just been introduced to the game by my nephew. He was a young kid at the time, and he kind of showed me one way, and then I was running around. Escalating the difficulty and trying to play a tougher survivor than he was as a little kid. I found this whole like, oh, this is like a great game. Um, we're gonna make him our guy, and we get it now. Will you take pumpkins? Come on, yeah, you are my homie. All right, so we're gonna have to make a pumpkin patch too, but now we can use that fortune axe to get some pumpkins. And we now have 5. Oh, crikey. Are these bits? I'll take it. Let's just sleep. So anyway, BOO was who first even like made me realize, oh, there's people that do more than just play this game and show you how to do stuff. They actually put a little story thing into it. And he at the time was kind of present himself as a builder because that was his profession before he went to full-time streaming. He was a general contractor, something, I don't know. And so a lot of his stuff talked about, he'd spill over too into his real life, like, hey, I got to tell you, I had this just miserable customer, and they were all upset about this or that or whatever. And that was really enlightening. Um, that hey, here's some of your real life. And Paul Soares did the same thing. He would talk about getting into trouble as a kid, and both of those guys are closer to my age, right? They're older and kind of sharing life stories of, yeah, this just made me think of this when I was a kid. Oh, I haven't thought of that in years. But they'd kind of spontaneously go into storytelling and then back to role playing. And I then very quickly kind of lost track of BOO because I was um, so caught up in Paul Soares Jr., who's probably aimed at a little younger audience, getting into doing something on. My 70-year-old grandfather made a YouTube channel with uploads, which I found funny. Heck yeah, I think. Hang on a second, I'm gonna freeze this so I don't go into nighttime again. That's awesome, dude. Tell your gramps, whatever you call your pop or granddad or whatever. Tell them that there's somebody out there in the States who thinks that is fantastic, and I think that's amazing. I I think that between Minecraft and YouTube, there's a huge market for that. I think that when your body starts to deteriorate. We all, you guys probably aren't feeling it yet. Enjoy that. When you get to my age, though, it started, some of the things that you used to do without thinking about it start to hurt all of a sudden. It's like, oh man, I went on a 10-mile hike or something like that up in the mountains, and, as a 20-year-old, next day, hey, let's go rafting or do something else. Now you wake up and it's like, oh my god, I didn't even know that part of me could hurt. What is that part of me? Like, that kind of stuff, right? And I'm not up there with your granddad, but I think that as you do get to that point, as you're less physically able, potentially, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that there's 90-year-olds that are more fit and more active than me. It just takes a lot of work. You got to focus on it. You got to want it. But the reality is, as you get further along the age spectrum, you're more likely to be, living in a home with reduced mobility, people looking after you, or just have more idle time, right? You're retired and all that, and you have that treasure trove of memories, stories, and things like that. And I think that Minecraft gives that freedom. It is exactly what I was talking about, right? With Paul Soares Jr. What I try to do, Minecraft gives you that freedom, mobility, creativity, adventure. You're running around in a world, and it has nothing to do with whether your legs or your balance or anything like that work quite as well as they used to. You're not going to get sore because of it. All you got to do is make sure you're still remaining active enough, not sitting around too much. Um, but yeah, you get a chance to be free, and with YouTube, you get a chance to share just like what I was talking about. Have a memory get triggered by something that you're doing, and share that and record it so that I don't know if you I don't want to know if you have brothers, sisters, any of that kind of stuff, or friends, your kids down the road, any of those people can go and go, hey, this was really cool. I really enjoyed that. So props to him. I hope he doesn't. No, well, yeah, stories though. That's the deal, right? It doesn't. I'm saying that Minecraft and YouTube make a really good thing for the people that start to lose mobility. Um, but yeah, if he's talking music, the music that it's whatever your passion is, right? You find an outlet, and whatever that is a vehicle to. Oh, I remember this time that I did that, right? I just shared with you because we were talking about attics and temperatures, and I started talking about the house where I grew up in and the fact that I had a little attic off my room where we stored food and stuff as a freezer. That's something that now it will be out there, and if anybody stumbles across and is listening to those, oh hey, that's something from a different time, somebody else's life, and it's just out there to chill in the cloud in the internet. I think it's awesome. So, shout out to your grandpa, dude. I hope you enjoy those stories. Um, it would be cool. I'm assuming that's like a liked channel on one of yours on YouTube, and I will I will definitely try to check that out too because I think that's crazy awesome. So cool. Thanks for sharing that, man. Anyway, back to what I was talking about, which is kind of that recounting of how did I end up here. Um, I love that style, but then I really went back to Paul Soares Jr. as he was playing through some of the newer stuff. I just found it more digestible, and I don't know. I think I think B had moved to Twitch far earlier than than I even went as a viewer, right? I was still watching YouTube content because I wasn't trying to be involved in live. I would be watching this stuff in the background while I was playing, and it was just pure one way entertainment. I didn't care to be chatting or anything like that, but um, even to this day, I think he celebrates as one of the early folks how wonderful the community was as he was going through some tough stuff, and clearly, through the hermits and all that, it really blew up. And I kind of got reintroduced to all that when Paul Soares Jr. Joined them on Mindcrack and ran a couple seasons with those guys, I think. Um, and by all accounts, had a good time. But again, he kind of pulled back and was like, "Nah, I get it. I like the SMPs, and that's kind of my deal too, as far as creating content and all that." Um, he plays one player kind of on his own time and all that. That's whether we can hook up tomorrow or not, I don't know. But as good as that can be for a lot of folks developing their content and their channels, I know deep down what works with my timing, my availability and all that. So I followed Paul Soares Jr. He stepped back from Minecraft and the server side of it after he'd done it a couple times. But in that he was interacting with BWO and Jenny B, and the two of them kind of then went off from Minecraft, and I didn't see any of that happening. But Jenny B basically was pulling off creating the Hermitcraft stuff, and then he the last I saw that there was like an update video. He was in Asia, had moved to Asia, and was by all accounts doing well, but has kind of since obviously he's not still on uh, recording with the Hermits. I don't know if he's got live stuff or not. Totally lost track of that. But um, Generic B and BOO, those two kind of took me into the back into the stuff. But by that point, I had later rediscovered Hermitcraft. I kind of knew it was there and tracked it, but I got into Twitch through John Bams and hardcore vanilla Minecraft. Stuck with that, and kind of only started to see some of these other channels. And honestly, in Twitch, as cool as it is, and as delighted as I am that they're all doing very well, as the Twitch audience grows, you get less of that continuous immersive stuff because the chat becomes a beast of its own, right? It's got to be acknowledged. So you and I aren't having a conversation, Bobby, or a 4 or 5, 6 person conversation. It's people just trying to get noticed and get their comments read, or say something funny or troll. So it does change that content a little bit. But I hope it was fun recalling all that. Hope it resonates a little bit now. It is still daytime. We still really need coal. If I can get some more, then we can go caving a little bit better, right? I also need to do this. But with only these 5 torches, all right, we're gonna be very safe when it comes to the bridges. That's how I lost my last world, was falling. There we go. All right, this looks safe. Now we can have torches and light up our caves and go crazy. Okay. To the cabin for torches. I don't even know if we need to. Yeah, we don't have sticks. Alright, that's a stack. One glorious stack of torches. Alright, let's keep that. I really should make a berry patch too while I'm here. This would work. Hopefully this tree isn't too big. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Also, have you heard that Mojang have just released a new trailer for a new game, Minecraft Legends? Um, I think I'd heard something, um, and yeah, that I think they. I am delighted if they keep all of that going, and um, as they did with Dungeons and Realms, if they can use those releases. So again, for folks that aren't necessarily following the chat, um, talking about Minecraft Legends. So we'll see. Because I don't think that they've released a date yet for it, have they? Maybe I'm just late. Obviously, it was a surprise when I was like, oh yeah, 119 came out. I'd forgotten to be watching for it. So I'm maybe not the best person to go to for news on that kind of stuff, but um, I'm a huge fan of all of those kinds of titles, and while I may not do a ton with them, I think that if they can do that enough with enough success and enough appeal that Java can kind of get left to what it has existed as ever since, that would be spectacularly good because that's always the concern, right? Does Mojang become unappealing for Microsoft to keep funding because they're not making anything out of the investment? If that does become a deal, look out Java, because it's not a big moneymaker, right? Next thing, close that up. Let's sleep early. No exact date. Yeah, exactly. Right, right. Um, Oh yeah, I didn't even know. I didn't even notice the realized versus release, but yes, absolutely. So sometime in 2023. Yeah, I didn't think it was much closer than that, but again, I've been very wrong before on stuff. Okay, we let's go make these. Put them in here. So yeah, I very, very, very much um, want that to be a huge success because the more success that any of those games have, um, the more background support and the more um, traditional vanilla Minecraft grows, right? And I know I'm fighting the uphill battle here, right? They uh, Microsoft Mojang, whatever you want to refer to as, um, they and for good reason want to promote what I tend to think of more as a little bit the the cash cow games, if that's fair, right? They're getting money on skins and add-ons, extra gear packs, that kind of stuff, which to me it's just very much a difference in what you grew up into, what games, back in the day I played a lot of crappy games that didn't, obviously, the technology of the thing, but they didn't have nearly as much work. But when you bought them, they were your game, right? You had it until, well, there wasn't like development patching and all that kind of stuff. You got it on a CD, right? Or a couple of them, or floppy. I never had a game that I got on a floppy disk, but it came on a cartridge or whatever. And what you got was what it was, and that was it. You hope they did a good job, and you played it until you were sick of it or something better came along. And it was yours. You had it, and they could never really take it away from you. What you didn't realize at the time was that, platforms and everything would force them towards obsolescence. So there's always a back and forth, right? But the fact that Minecraft has continued to grow and persist through all that, I like. I don't like the idea of, oh yeah, here's a game and here's the price, and that gets you in the front door, but then we're going to hit you for a lot of additional stuff. And in that was transitioning a long time ago. Knights of the Old Republic, the Star Wars MMORPG, um, Lord of the Rings Online, a lot of those, you you had two options. They could be free to play, and you could do in-game purchases, buy a pack, buy a tool, buy a skin, get access to a miner, or they had a subscription option. You just pay a subscription to play this game. You get all that stuff, right? Or you get comparable. You may still not get the fancy skin or whatever, but you're in there, and your $5.99 or whatever it was a month, that goes towards keeping the game developing and alive and growing. And MMORPGs are a huge part of why, I say, like, dungeons, right? You can go in and get extra packs and that kind of stuff, or buy the expansions and all that. MMORPGs, they're the heart of that, and they're probably my most time spent or favorite game class. Just over the years, that's this idea that, oh yeah, there's this community and these worlds out there, and they've all had various problems, and a lot of times they get frustrating, but they push us all in this direction because they found that market of, we're going to sell you a game, but then we have to keep making money on it over the top, and that's where World of Warcraft, the various expansions, and being able to sell additional, now it's skill ups and level ups, right? Pay to level characters, and all that to me is like, dude, you're breaking it. But I get it. They have to fight for an audience that's always being attracted for other stuff. And to that point, Microsoft, making new titles alongside the original Minecraft and keeping the original Minecraft more true to form. Man, I know there's some of that in the history that gets disputed, and I get, people that weren't around, question it, and people get pushed aside and then rewritten a little bit to try to remove them. But one thing to be said, Notch, when he sold this, said in perpetuity, the the people that have bought this game get to keep it at the price that they bought it for, and that can go until Minecraft decides to shut it down. But I hope that the continued marketability, Minecraft itself remains the hook, and all the spin-offs are the ones that people want to get into. I love it though. Claps to them. I'm glad that they're exploring different areas to take the Minecraft universe. I mean, look at Star Wars, right? Look at what Disney does with that franchise. They're taking it in layers, in levels, in places that I'm sure George Lucas never considered, right? It was a story in his head. Then you have 40 years of fan fiction, people writing about it and going, "Oh, this is really cool. What if it went here?" Some of that gets rolled into the story, some of it gets cast aside. But now Disney can come back and go, "Yeah, we bought Star Wars. We don't have to remake those movies. We can just keep building the universe out and out and out." Whereas, how many movies have been remade, that we've looked at? One from my childhood that, I know it's aged out, right? And it's a war movie. Certainly, the technology and just the geopolitical situation changes. But Red Dawn, right? That was a movie, a favorite of mine as a kid. Super actiony and violent. It was kids fighting against the world, all that stuff, and yeah, right. It's not the good old days, right? Because the game, you go back and visit the game then, it was a different thing. We didn't have as much to play with, and I think it keeps getting better and better with all this new stuff, and I hope that continues. They seem to be very much on board with keeping that core audience, and I know for them, the streamers and the channels and all the views that go into a vanilla game, and even if people are just jumping back in it and hyping it when it releases and then moving back onto other stuff, having that parade of other games is awesome. It keeps buzz, it keeps people gravitating back to Minecraft. And if you've always got Java or Bedrock as a hook, or the Microsoft edition, right? If you've always got that as a hook, and everybody can uh, you know, keep fresh, dip their toe in that game between the other ones as they kind of go through a natural cycle. That's awesome. So I hope Legends lives up to. I don't know. Was Realms? I never did Realms. I wasn't as into it. And the ARPG isn't exactly my game. So I watched a lot of that content, enjoyed it, know it had a lot of buzz, but I'm I'm hoping that this is as well received, it gets as much buzz as those, and makes a ton of money for Microsoft, so that they can go, oh yeah, let's kick a little bit more of that over towards Bedrock and Java development. And Bedrock, of course, gets a little bit of revenue coming back in. I can't imagine that it's coming close to how much they're spending on the development, but again, that's the goose, and then all the other stuff are the golden eggs that it's laying, right? You keep that goose alive, because a golden egg is great, but if you got a source of golden eggs, you just keep them spitting out. So fingers crossed. It seems like that's the model. I hope it continues. All right, let's get back to playing. That was awesome though. Fun to think about, and thanks for the heads up, the reminder. I think that's cool. I will go check for that launch video. You said there was a video, right? Yeah, trailer. Okay. I had to read back up in the chat there. Now we can probably put these apples away. We don't need to carry them around. I'd like to get the pumpkins working in some other format. So we'll take. Probably need more fence. Oh, now that I've just put away all the cobble, let's go. Okay, sun's going down. We'll sleep. We'll go extend our staircase until we run into trouble, find so many goodies, or run out of tools. Then we'll have a bunch of cobble. We'll come back. That on the next day-night cycle, we will set up a pumpkin farm and sell whatever extra pumpkins we have to our little enclosed villager, who is definitely doing the right trades for us. He's a champ. Okay. Now, this one doesn't have to be big or fancy, just tall enough so we don't bonk our head, and just wide enough so that we get a little bit of extra chance of catching coal or iron as we go down. And again, yeah, I used to have an iPad, like the second gen iPad, I think it was, and I got and loaded up uh, Bedrock on that, and not even really understanding that it was different. I've also got it on my PlayStation, and I don't know, I still can't quite gel with the differences in the game. But I know it's well, I don't know the numbers. I know it's hugely popular though, right? So many people play it on phones and mobile. Um, it's really cool. All right, let's make this our first torches. I don't want to put too many down, and you know what? We don't even need both sides. This is just functional. We do have a full stack of cobble now. We use up our tools here. Well, we've got them. Oh, finally, that's just what we needed. Hopefully this is a big old patch. And maybe some iron alongside it too. So we'll get this coal. That will make it a little safer for us to cook stuff in our furnace. And again, have more than just a single stack of torches is pretty important too. We'll come back up now that we'll have enough stone to frame in a waterside pumpkin patch. And where was the dirt? Let's put that. Oh, actually, you know what? Now that I'm doing that, we may need some dirt. So let's take one of those. Take both stacks, but we don't need the gravel. Alright, still daytime, still early daytime. Pretty good on shovels. Let's go see if we can lay this out somewhere. Yeah. Well, I guess another year. So, have you ever gotten into uh what am I trying to say? We were just talking about them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe over here. Um, realms or dungeons. And of the two, which did you prefer? Or I know you said mini games and stuff like that, but do do. So I'm thinking we use these trees or this area, clear the trees, to be our pumpkin, and we can just run in a challenge, a channel. Oh, what if we can't though? I guess we'll just have to. Dude, was I was seriously done, and I was worried about the water. So I was thinking, like, okay, let's fill in. We can do the 4 to either side and have the pumpkins growing into the middle as we normally do, but have a channel of water that fills those up. But we need a bucket to link this in, and these won't create source blocks of water without help. Now, I could just do it across here. I could stick something out from the water. Maybe that's what we do. Make it easier to be... Oh. Contained. So if we did a 2... how far are we going to want to go? Maybe 16 of each? I don't own any other Minecraft. Yeah, me too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go. I figured I'd save you the... Hopefully this all comes back together. And more than enough. Oh, no, 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 no. Oops. Almost a disaster. These can only be slabs. Oh. That's how you die, Habbage. Alright. Now. Boom, boom. Ah. That's the one I missed. Yeah, with the exception of the fact that I assume it's Bedrock, whatever the PlayStation version is, and different purchases at different times, I'm sure, but I had the same for my iPad, and have played those just a tiny little bit. I have not bought or played Dungeons or Realms, which I feel kind of bad about because I do want to support these guys and keep everything going. Um, so we'll see. Someday that becomes a deal. All right, I'm gonna need these. I need 32 slabs and another stack of dirt, which is back inside. I know you can't come up, and it's a bummer. Sorry, dude. And then we'll need our hoe and pumpkins. And oh, this one I'm gonna use stone for the walls too. Hey, no worries, man. I have no desire to wrap this up, even though man, I've been going 4 hours between two things, but I'll probably get this stream up there too, because I'm having fun in this world. That's not going to be enough. Hopefully that will sleep. All right, so we're going to need a hoe to set those up. We may need to make a new one. I think let's just do that. Do I have sticks? Nope. Okay. I think that's everything we need. Should be a little concerned. I think we slept right at the beginning, so there shouldn't be too many monsters. But this is when trouble sets in, when you're thinking about, oh, jumping off a hill. When you're thinking about what you're trying to build or work on, not what will keep us alive. it's beautiful. Not beautiful, but it should be very functional. We should get pumpkins going in fairly short order. And at that point, we can start leveraging some of these trades. And that will then send us off to really get established in our own home. And take on all that awesome 119 stuff. But this time we're not going to try to live in the jungle. That seemed like a mess. But maybe we use some of those twiggy root things, mud roots, whatever they are, to do some of our building. At least maybe for like a stable or something like that. Wattle daub. So important historically to like how building styles go, and incredibly versatile and adapt, and still in use. It's amazing. I wish it was more in use because it's so renewable and sustainable. But we may have to kick this back a little bit to give a little access path at that near end. In fact, I may just go ahead and do that. But all the rest of this should just keep any crops that we chop in place. Falling into the water. We do have enough fence to get the extra here. So let's do this. This will let us come across the ends to just chop our pumpkins. That goes here. Amazing. Now, let's get a fence on here. And then this should be just right for a mini plot of pumpkins, right? And with our little, oh, we need torches on here too. With our little villager buddy buying stuff, that should take care of our early game emerald needs. Alright, lots of light. Keep them growing. And I hope they're not too far away, but I think all this should be well loaded. Alright, now we can gather up these random pumpkins. And do a bit of farming over here. We're here. Convenient. Can't get that one yet. And now, I'm guessing these are all pumpkin stems, right? I think they would be brighter green if they were melons. So, yeah. Oh, look at that. We can get seeds. I should have done this earlier. Because I don't want pumpkins crushing all the other plants, I'm just going to go ahead and harvest all of those too. Now we shouldn't need a whole lot more pumpkin. I don't know. What do you think? Should we? What if we went out 5? Yeah, I think that looks good. Just even though we don't technically need the light, I think that makes it look a little better. There we go. We are now pumpkin farmers. Just what I always hoped a school guidance counselor said someday you could be a pumpkin farmer. And I said, I don't know if I've got the skills. And they were like, no, you can do it. Trust us. Not that hard. They're pumpkins. They basically take care of themselves. Now, you, sir, you like wheat too. I'm going to save you for a bit. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. I'd really like to see you grow some wheat. Have any of these spontaneously grown? We'll have to get. Someday we'll have to come back around and re-till the soil where these pumpkins were. I guess I have that right now. Now, we won't be able to stop them from tilling a few more of these, but hopefully if we've got loads of pumpkins and wheat, they'll tend to focus more on those. It's a few more than I really want to have, but I'd like to keep them stocked with potatoes too. All right. Did I just? This is the one I just. No, clearly not. Or I just did it really poorly. Let's do pumpkins here too. Oh, you snurfin' gurfin' lurker. I don't need these. That. Back to wheat. Back to wheat there. Trying to work my way home here. Oh, so many farmers. So many potential wheat trades. All right, enough. Oh, and look at all of our wheat. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. You just missed some great high energy pumpkin farming and wheat harvesting. It's pretty good. Okay. Why am I not? I swear I'm getting a little worried about my poor keyboard here. Shouldn't need those. And I don't think I need the pumpkin seeds anymore either. This is a bit frivolous, but they're going to hopefully keep growing us some pumpkins. We're down to only 4, but that's a much better food source, right? So we'll grow up our baked potatoes, which means maybe let's get all this food stuff into a food box. So now we can put all of these things away. We'll keep some seeds there. I know it's a little farm heavy at the moment, but I still, even if the sword isn't ideal, I'd like to get to the point where we can start buying some cool stuff. So let's quick harvest this and try to wrap that up with a trade with our one farmer. He'll want pumpkins and our wheat. And hopefully it's an even better sword, right? Um, go, go, go. All right. Done a bunch of this. We'll maybe come back to these 2 plots on the way back, but I want to keep working on these trees a little bit too before we head off to homestead our own little spot. We're gonna get. Hey, you got a buddy. Well, as long as he doesn't become a farmer too, start moving in on your turf. All right. That gets us 10, and I know you're not quite there yet, but we'll get more pumpkins for you. Don't worry, man. All right, let's take these lower limbs off. This is the village of no shock, no surprises, right? We want it to be nice and boring. No zombies or creepers. Oh, I also need to find that little toolsmith's hut. It was kind of tucked over on this side too, wasn't it? Some of these trees might end up looking a little weird. I don't care. This is just about me running back and forth fast and being able to see across town. All right, that looks good. These look bad. Villager toolsmith dude was right up here, maybe? Where did he go? Almost worth an axe or something just to be able to get through these quicker. Is he here? Is he this close to my place? I thought he had like a little lean-to, not a full house. Oh, that's better. Okay, not there. These may have to be open to the sky. They don't seem to be doing much there. I was hoping they would grow kind of so I didn't have to worry about stepping down onto them. That doesn't make my placement real smart. Sword selling toolsmith, dude. Where did you go? Here. What do you got for me, man? No. Okay. This was the one. This is what we wanted. He may in fact come along with something better someday, but for a starter weapon, pretty awesome. Now that is going to get locked in, so we've got to move him up to get something better. Or different, right? An additional offer. But now we can go whacking and bashing better. Views. Nice. Awesome. Seems good. Was this the cartograph? No. Oh, this is the obsidian chest that we looked at. That's when we do something stupid. We take the chest obsidian from the broken portal and this, and do the we can just go peek. Why there's our no edit on Twitch chat? Yeah, it's because it's real time, man. We're having a conversation. I can't edit what I say. Like, oh, I just farted, and then I wish I hadn't said that, and then everybody knows it. It is what it is, right? Can't edit, so it's cool, dude. Don't worry. Zip. Now, that's not or big pumpkins yet. Let's go clean up these last couple. Oh, now I gotta. Sword isn't as good for that. Do this. Do this and this. That. That. I don't know how I didn't notice that these two were there. All right. That one hopefully is done. Now, I don't know how quickly they're going to. If they're trolling me, if I'm just losing track of various farms I've already cleared or not, but. I would really prefer to keep my pumpkins to myself and keep them growing stuff I want, like more taters there. So that already starts to fill us back up from where we had been. Peek at the berries again, see. Yeah, I think that's gonna have to go. And this probably isn't as necessary anymore, but hopefully with those trees up above, we won't be tempted to come tearing down there. And even if we did, we'd probably clear it. So I think we're good. More seeds. there. These should maybe be, oh, close to done. That's going to be really good. Don't need these. Don't need that. I would now, well, let's make a few more torches till we get our next coal in. We need, just do a bit of this tidying up, right? Think we can safely store that away. These two can get combined. That goes. Make a couple more picks. And now the question is, do we keep working in these caves, which I think we should, just to try to get a little bit further along iron and all that kind of stuff. While we're here, it'll keep our crops growing and all that before we head back to where I'd like to make home. I guess dump that, that, keep that. Leave the seeds for a little bit. And I'm a little worried at how laggy. I don't know if it's my keyboard or game lag. Because, like, my shift is, I'm clicking stuff, but my shift isn't coming through. Now, I type on my keyboard a lot. I haven't started to see any indication stuff that it's getting low. That feels like lag, though. That doesn't feel like... One more up here. And is that lag because of something around us? We do have a lush cave biome over in our forest, I think, right? That wasn't in the last world. That was in this one. That was even before we saw the village. I was like, oh man, we're already getting a lucky spawn. So, who knows? We'll see. Two. Okay, there. Could be a little dangerous. What with underwater threats and overwater threats. But let's go here. One's better than none's. Although we like nuns. You always think like, oh man, whatever happened to nuns and all that kind of stuff. Still quite a few convents, I guess, here in Colorado. They're just very different than I think you'd think of that. And most, I'm not Catholic. I don't know. I wasn't raised in that. I certainly have a base understanding of Catholicism and how that differs from my own like Presbyterian background, and had loads of Catholic friends growing up, along with loads of Jewish friends. They kind of helped round out my my background a little bit. But hey, man, no worries at all. It was awesome. I will, if I can, if I get a good window or anything like that, I'll reach out and ping you. I don't know what my timing is going to be like tomorrow. So appreciate the offer and to whatever extent kind of invite. That's cool. Appreciate you though. Thanks for hanging out, being a pal, and we'll hope to see you again. Maybe a little sooner, both on my side and yours. And I will definitely give you the shout out this time. If you haven't already, I'm going to be heading over there to check out the channel for Meta Walk. Walk like the cooking device. So give that a whirl. Let's check out and support Bobby God 968's Shorts channel and see if we can get him a nice little boost there. Because once he has tons of viewers, they'll all want to come flooding back here to see our struggles in hardcore or our awesome successes in pumpkin farming. Anyway, have a great night, man. Thanks so much. Take care. Stay awesome out there, right? All right, for the rest of the VOD, folks, let's see. I don't know that this is the best way to explore this particular cave. I think we've kind of reached it, and I'm sure it will reconnect. How did I miss this, though? Wasn't this right where I was getting the other iron? I don't know. Grab this. This will actually help us quite a bit. And we're going to have to go deep to get some of this stuff that sank. Loads more to eventually explore down there, but we're not looking to get wet just yet. We want to keep our iron suit is now very wet. What I'm really trying to do is safety up this area so we can punch through. That's all just cleared out holes. Punch through from our lava area, or at least not worry about that being under threat. Hey, buddy, you keep my flanks safe. I appreciate that. Now, this is that crazy little pumpkin hut. There was another tool or weaponsmith or something up there. And he had a little jack-o'-lantern set up. Kind of cool. I like the individual taste and style. Let's do a bit more leaf clearing here. I kind of like that these are overspilling the house a little bit. It's just a little sketchy. Let's clear out his workspace a little bit. Now, is he here, and does he get stuck when he goes, oh, look, you got a little potted pine tree. Awesome. He's our neighbor after all, and I love that we have a little tree hanging up here and that he put a lot of torches to kind of light the backyard. I should probably do something similar, just keep the neighborhood looking nice. Now, he could be a threat to our crops here if he ever came down. I don't anticipate that being a big problem, but something to think about. At this point, I'm going to let those grow and try to get a full harvest, not just do that constantly. We got our sword. We got our proof of concept set up. This does not have a bed, and to this point, we haven't seen any sheep. Look at that, instant berries. So now we can come along here, and as long as we're not on top of them, we can harvest without poking ourselves. This all needs a little attention. Not so much there, though. How about here? Here, more lava. I don't think that's our lava either. So a little caution. Falling seems to be our nemesis at the moment, so that tree When I get done trimming it may just have to go. At least we'll kind of try to keep it from being quite so wingy. That's a that's a technical tree term. Lots of arborists such as myself use that. I'm not an arborist. I like trees. I'm a big fan. I think they're good and value the oxygen they make for us, but can't claim any real. Now I put away the hoe. Always, always, always. All right, well, let's get these out of the way at least so this doesn't become an ongoing problem. And I don't even have anything to replace them with. Maybe I will if I get these two. Look at all that wonderful coal, though. Let's focus on the good stuff, right? Not how unprepared we were to farm, and the fact that we're now farming again, but the fact that we have lots of coal from our mining that we did do, and some iron. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Try hard. Let's make this a lit up grove of trees. And this is getting better, right? Because we can more easily shoot between home and the rest of the village. As we grow up a bit, stay out a little bit later at night. That's extra good. Berries, pumpkin seeds, regular seeds here. This. Look at all that coal. All right. First thing we want to do with the coal is cook that. Oh, and tasty taters. Now, these may or may not be identical to bread. I can't remember. But in the sense that they only take one per once we get bread really going. That'll be nice. Let's split this stack. Get that up to half. Get out our sticks. All the sticks. Stacking it. Let's sleep. Before we run into trouble. And I think we've got plenty here. Let's just go ahead and make some more sticks and fill out our torch supply. I always feel a little better when there's a few extra laying around, even if that extra is 14. All right. Tools are good. Torches are now good. Food is now good. Awesome here. First thing I know, the pick would be really good, but we're not even there yet. So we're going to make a shears and a bucket, and I think our boat is parked over kind of close to home, right? We got our spare bed. We've all earned it. Let's get out of here and let our crops, they may not grow if we go far enough away, but let's let them do their thing while we check to see if we can access the ocean. For those folks who weren't here at the start of this segment or after I died in the first stream of today, speak of the devil, or sheep as the case may be. What's up, buddy? I made this just for you. And we only got one. Because, I don't know, shearing a sheep in the water, probably not the ideal conditions. Oh, look at that. I'm not even going to have to work that hard to get us out and beyond to the ocean. And then we'll house up somewhere back around this point. All right, not for this trip though. Oh, that's a fox. A fox? Lucky foxes. Lucky foxes hanging out, building our affiliation, our affection for our new home. Is that another sheep? It is. And a fox. I don't think fox would go after a sheep, would it? What is the deal here with you guys being so stingy with your wool when I shear you? Give me more. Now, do you have any buddies? I see your fox friend. We still haven't seen a red mushroom. Oh, I guess I got the recipes for carpet. I was actually not seeing that in the game. I was seeing that um, in the video window. All right, let's use this more beat up axe now. Just gonna take some of these. We don't need a jammed hillside of pumpkins, but I like to keep a few around naturally. And before we go too far, this is a boat trip after all, and this will be around our home somewhere eventually, so kind of leave that as is. Let's keep going. We want to get some of the sugar cane, bring that back over, and I do see another sheep back there among the birch trees. So let's not wear down our... Oh, look at this dark forest. Such a good... I don't know if it was using the question mark in the world name, or if the world loves the same movie that I do. Good odds there. Um, but this is so good. I'm excited to get back on the 119 tear, chasing after stuff, but look at how good all this stuff is. And I guess we're still going to be dependent on the finding the swamp to make the boats with the chests, right? The only way we get those is to... And of course, I didn't have any wheat. I didn't know that I was going to be running into so many sheep. Could have bred up gray and black sheep, as it were, but excuse me. Just want to get through here. Got a nice little water trough there. That's nice. And all right, well that's good. Now we got some extra wool. We can throw a few more beds down around town and actually start getting extra villager population. Eventually, we'll want to borrow some of those people to, I think we're as accepted into the community as anybody at this point. We've done a lot around there in our short tenure. Uh, Improving and taking over a house that nobody else had been in, greatly improving the agriculture, cleaning up the woods a little bit, making it easier for villagers to do their thing, get together, chat. So yeah, awesome, awesome stuff, and I think they'll appreciate having a few more beds, a few more opportunities to have children, and we'll just try to facilitate that as much as we can naturally. I'm thinking kind of in some of this between area, we'll do a similar setup, maybe a little bit lower of a house, but just, kind of another bunkhouse where the available number of beds will increase for our villagers, and they'll just naturally spawn. Our pumpkins can be used on those piggies. That would be another good source of food, although you guys know I'm not a big fan of chomping on my fellow hams. All right, here. So I was talking about nuns. I don't know. This is always a thing, and I'm assuming it's just like a producer's trick for like local news and all that. You always, always get a story, and I haven't seen one, so I'm assuming it's out there somewhere. But like Broncos go to a Super Bowl here in Denver. There's always a story about the nice little nuns over in the local convent and how they are huge, huge sports fans and um, are really excited, and it'll show their little TV room or whatever decorated up for the series, and it's probably one of those very mutually beneficial things, right? For what I'm guessing is again, I don't know what motivates people in today's day and age to go join a convent or a monastery or whatever, but I know people do still. Maybe not as often. It's not the same deal where you used to sell your second sons and all that effectively to the church for salvation, and maybe a big donation to a church building project. Looks like llamas up on that hillside. Very cool. And this may be the answer or not. I was gonna say, and this is an island, but only when we get all the way out there and see that it connects up to the sea do we know for sure. Looking good at the moment, though. Here we are back around to our old growth taiga biome, that being our home. Keep an eye out for red mushrooms, although now that we have the dark oak forest, that doesn't have to be a hunt, right? We just go chop down a giant red mushroom, and we'll have all the mushroom we can eat. Oh, come on, baby. Just a tease. Just a tiny little tease. Although that could be huge if we need slimes, right? We just come to this tiny little pocket of swamp, right? This is good old fashioned regular old swamp. We happen to know that slimies like it in swamp, so we can camp out and harvest their balls once we get to that point. If we don't find a better, if we dig down and we've got slime chunks in a basement or in a base or whatever, all the better. All right, let's. Man, I'm doing awful at hitting these lily pads, aren't I? Give me 2 blocks together where I can sleep. Sleeping in the swamp, out in open air. Great way to get some interesting bug bites and probably pick up a few various diseases, I'm guessing. Oh, there's cows. Oh, it's all good. We've seen chickens, now we have cows nearby. Uh don't have leads yet and haven't seen a wandering trader, but again, we could potentially start making our own. We'd need string and all that. that brings back the last world. We had just found a spider spawner and collected the loot when we were climbing back out and fell to our death. So string, a bit of a sore subject. All right, but let's continue on. So that was a little unexplained. What I'm trying to do is confirm. I think we got each and every lily pad from around here. I'm trying to confirm if they are going to respawn or not in this little pocket of this biome. It's so well contained and so small. It's a really good place to test case it. And I know they're kind of technically listed as renewable. Um, Generally, it just comes in the form of me trying to pass through channels and things that I've cut into swamps and wondering, did I ever clear all these lily pads or am I just really uh, incomplete? Oh, look at that. So yeah, I'm thinking somewhere set up in this area. I guess this is going to be our bay. Now, what are all these doing? Ah, dude, what was this swamp? Um, I don't know, but again, we can likely turn this into our advantage for slimes. Ah, it's been quite a while. I don't know all the particulars. I'll have to go back and check, but we may not be far enough along either. I may have just really trivialized how. Oh, look at that! Another portal marked by a mushroom. Oh no. I thought that was a gold block. Never mind. Wishful thinking there. So I'm thinking that this is not. We've still got a ways to go, right? We got to get around the big lava waterfall cliff edge. And I don't think that's it. That wasn't the one we were looking at necessarily, but this looks like the right shape. A big kind of promontory that was sticking out. Yeah, boy, there's the lava. So this is the area I'm thinking of for my home. Not quite as much a bay, but also free of lily pads, which would be nice. And I think while we're here, we got room. Let's go ahead and take out this or these two trees so that everything here. Maybe I should do this differently. Try to be a little strategy mindful. Here. Here. Alright, now I don't have to pile up logs or anything. I can just take this tree down as easily as the others. Get the top of this one. Oh, I still got a perch to stand on. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, you're done. And this becomes our wonderful little channel. Now I'm burping. In addition to the earlier hiccups. Lovely. Alright. Leaves are still kind of a nuisance. And now, all of a sudden, we have easy sea access. And like I said, I'm thinking something somewhere over in here will be our glorious home. And maybe we'll just, use water to expand out our farming area and kind of make that a Teotihuacan uh, style island gardens area. Well, let's take all this back. eventually we won't have to be quite so secure in here either. So this is a good little random area. We can make a few beds, but let's hold off until we're ready for them. And when I'm ready to start working on that, I don't know. We should probably try to get those planted. A couple more coals from our journeys. Keeping a stack, keeping some logs. This can switch. These can combine. All right, now what do we want to do? I'm wondering if we should go use the boat 2 times to get the 2 cows and bring them back here. I could lead them up to some kind of a pen. Because we're going to want the leather, right? We can do the same thing with chickens. But if we're going to have them in a boat anyway, I kind of hate to take this real estate. Maybe we move them off to one of these remote areas. How are pumpkins doing? Oh, look at that. Got a couple. That means they're growing. That's the main deal. Tasty first baked potato. Second baked potato. I don't think they're any better than bread, but they do stack nicely. So, if I wanted to... I don't know, maybe I could fill in here. Get some chickens and some cows. It's going to take a lot of material because what I don't want to do, and I'm already a little worried about here, I don't want to make just a drown farm where they're spawning in the middle of the daytime and just constantly arising and then walking out in the sunshine. It would be good in the sense that our farmers would produce more golems, and that would be all fun, but not ideal for our villager buddies. So, who knows? If we went, like I'm thinking maybe that low area. Let's go check it out, chop the trees, see what the land actually looks like. Because the pigs are already over there. There's sheep closer to that area. We could boat over the cows from that far side unless we find any closer. And we don't even have to do, if it's animals, we don't even have to do the same work of leveling out that we end up doing a lot of times at the farms. Oh, there's a cow right here. Yep, that's the sign we were looking for. This is Animal Island slash land. And now we can have cows cranking up leather and food for us basically before we even know what's going on, right? Okay, well, it's not night yet, but it's really close. And I'm a long way from the safety of home game. And I know you're gonna try to take it from me, all this goodness. There's too much, so it's gonna get deadly. This is hardcore after all. Maybe try to get cows going and then call this for the day. I don't know. I don't want to stop. This is too good. We haven't even really explored. We got a lush cave over by spawn. This is all going to be close enough that I don't even have to worry about building up other farms or anything like that. I'll just come over wherever we end up with our planty fields, right? Farms. I'll just cruise on over, come visit the villagers, and be on our way. And I honestly, I think we may still be in spawn chunks. I don't know how useful or not that is to have a village inside spawn chunks, but pretty darn nice. So this wood will help anyway. And I'll probably throw down a work table and some chests just to throw the extra stuff, just as I did in the field farms in the last world. Well, the Devour Anything world, the real world. And we'll just throw some loot down, or all the excess, so I don't have to make trips back and forth. Oh, so good. But we'll probably fill in, right, to make use, put a couple animals there, and then use the fill dirt, bring a couple tiered back. Just spread them out, make it a little different than just these same old flat, boring farms. And maybe that biggest tree can stay. Is it separate? Is now. Alright, that'll clear out all this stuff, and then these two. Well, let's not even worry too much there. Let's look at what this would give us if we did fill it in. That would be an awful lot of real estate. We could fill a little ways. I don't want to dig too much back. But then here, here, and I don't think I want to push too far into the woods, although this is pretty ideal. We don't have to dig too much, so maybe oh, let's kind of kick it here. Oh, we'll go get this tree. All these in between here. Double up the axe. Get this guy. Get this big one. With every bit of advantage we can muster. Alright, we got it easily. Ooh, get a little wind. It was another. I haven't been out. It was supposed to be. The forecast was 97 today. I talked about how it got to 100 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday, which, well, totally normal for summer in Colorado. It just feels like, man, that came too quick. I need some adjustment. We've had 80s, but no real 90s. A couple times we may have touched 90, but it's been pleasantly warm. A couple times just a little bit more hot than you would have ideally liked to see, but that's fine. And then boom, we're in the hundreds. Hope you enjoyed snow a month ago, because now it's hot, hot. All right, so I think if we do this as our cut, and kind of curve up from here, at least for now. We're going to take all this to level these guys out to a elevated spot, probably because they're over that way for the sheep and the pigs. Also, because honestly, once I have them established, how often do we do anything with those? Sheep, maybe. There's always that possibility we make the full die variety of sheep pens, so they could be our expanding herds. And maybe this is where that ends up, but I suspect not too much. Now the real question is, do I want to go fancy pants 2 blocks higher? It means a lot of cover and less to dig. Let's go here first. Grab up some of this stuff. So we're going to leave this tree as decorative. At least all this is only single deep. Beep. Ah! Get all this in quick so that the grass can spread, right? Because you got to have the grass inside your pen area. If it's just dirt and it's all cut off, it will never turn to grass. And we don't want that. We want some beautiful grass. Alright, now we are low on shovel. Oh, perfect amount of shovel. What was I saying low for? Ooh. Ooh, we're getting some raindrops. Hear them dinging on my chimney cover. Oh, we got some more dirt. Thank you. Random sloppy dirt that was laying around. Only 2 pieces, though? Man. Man. All right. Now, I'm very happy to really move on either side, but I kind of think this is, for one thing, it brings it back closer to home, right? And for the other, oh, is it really getting close? Yeah, let's go home because we need to make more shovels. brings it back closer so it's a shorter little boat trip for us, right? Just straight across, and there's less hillside to have to remove if we expand in that direction. Come on. Back over to here. A few nights, door open, airing it out in here. Never did make the chests. I intended to, but let's get the saplings out. Don't need that. We've got a full stack of wood. Sleep. Excuse the drinking sounds if you caught any. That was refreshing, tasty water. Alright. We'll make a few farm chests. Boom. And I will probably need more of those because eventually I think I want to make all of this into... I want to use spruce gates, not birch with cobble. But we need tools at the moment more than we need anything else. So let's get that. Another axe. And I'll maybe go ahead and make 4 shovels. Alright, rest of those can come back with us. Let's put these things away. Yeah, it's so much cave or whatever going on underneath us here. This is, compared to what we were dealing with over there, it is so laggy over in the village. I'm sure a little bit of that is whatever's going on the laptop too, you know, if it's trying to do a process cleanup or anything like that. But yeah, so we can, oh, look at that chicken ready to go too. We can just kick this over a little bit more and have a lot less work to do than if we're cutting deep on that side. But to do that, or to even begin, I need to start and allowing for a stair or step or something. I think we want to be 4 at least. That lets me have chests that I can jump over to get into the deal. So if this is, I gotta just start somewhere. Chests, block, this is our line, and then here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Wow, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Hope that's right. Got a little sobby. 5. There we go. And at least from this side, we're clean. All right, so that would be our layout. Again, since we have grass in here, this should continue to spread no matter what we do here. And now, do I want to space these even more? I don't know, but I know you, Sir Tree, have to go. Sadly, you've been a good friend to us. I can feel all the like NPC nonsense comments slipping into my verbal here since I was anybody who's just joining in. I had a it wasn't too bad, but it was a head cold, and I just caved to it. Got better. Didn't try to cough and hack and sniffle my way through. You guys trying to listen, just let it run its course, and I played a bunch of Skyrim while chilling on my couch, basically. Feeling sorry for myself. How could I possibly be sick? I don't deserve this. But that was good. And one of the favorite random NPC nonsense dialogue lines as they're just walking around trying to interact with you and funny, which are all fine, right? But they just over time, the more and more you hear them, the more and more you're like, what? But some of the NPCs will just randomly decide to tell you, you've been a good friend to me. That means something. What does it mean? And have I really? What constitutes my being a good friend? Because usually they'll start saying it earlier than you would expect, and there's no real trigger. It just, you've been a good friend to me. That means something. Well, I'm glad. But why? What did I do? What in your mind made me a good friend? And it's something I haven't seen too much, but I just have this feeling like it's a matter of time until somebody way smarter than me, maybe you sitting out there are the person who will get this done. And if you are, awesome, good on you. AI, right? We all marketers love to talk about it, and it remains for most people just kind of an amorphous sci-fi technology. Oh, that's going to be a part of the metaverse, and oh, that's um, predictive responses for Alexa and stuff like that, right? It, that's not real AI, but it's getting there, right? One of the things that they're trying to use it, and in the business world it gets coached as AIs a lot, is the predictive responses and stuff in call centers, help desks, when you're in a chat bot, and and we see it all the time here, right? The bots that come in, and you're always like, why do people bother to put in bots? A lot of it is I'm trying to make a bot, and it's kind of baby Turing tests, right? How well will my bot just be accepted as a viewer in a chat? Can it take the temperature of the room and make its responses fit in? And a lot of times it's probably easier for the bot to do that than the chat, who don't care at all. They just want to say what's on their mind without any real read. But that's the idea, right? This predictive, hey, we've got a good topic going. There's a means to measure how it how well you are staying on topic, based on, do you get banned? And it doesn't take much not to get banned, right? A bot can hang out in a chat all day and never get noticed. That's fine. But can it promote an idea? And in terms of a marketing bot, Bobby, I think passes the test, right? Got stuff going on. Not a bot. Who knew? How am I to know though, right? Like that's the ideal part, is who on the other side of a chat isn't. It is just a number of ones and zeros, processing language recognition software, and basically been programmed up with, first like an elementary school level of language comprehension. But that's basically what it is. Can it perform a function in that context and pick up? Now it's tough, right? In a chat, you've got all the slang and I guess metas and all that kind of stuff that are just ever evolving and growing. And if you're not a part of it, you're not getting it. But can the chat, can a bot contribute to that and pick up on it and assign the context that goes into development of slang as a living thing in a chat, where hey, in one of the big content creators, something funny happened and it kicks off? Or is that being pushed to us as, a whole platform and a society, really? Like, TikTok and all that are air quote heavy sarcasm here. Influencers, marketing companies, and that kind of stuff. Are they introducing slang and knowing, hey, this is the saturation point? There are people out there, I guarantee right now, that are studying what makes a successful thing that drops into culture, right? That's huge money for anybody that can reproduce it successfully. And I don't know. Are they there yet? Maybe, probably. Um, we're usually the last to know, and it's not like I'm sitting there reading articles or anything like that. I'm at an earlier age, I was probably all over it. Now I'm kind of like, yeah, whatever. It will be. It's gonna go in that direction eventually. That much is clear. Whoever does that wins the prize. But you see that that's where they're putting money into an AI, right? Like how can you go? But it seems like it would be so much easier and cheaper, much less of a programming challenge. Get me an AI in a game, right? So that as I move through the content, it looks at my character and goes, what have you built up in terms of skills? And Skyrim was an early version of that, right? It felt so immersive for the tech at the time that it uh, really, 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 really took massive leaps towards doing just that, right? It, in games prior to like a Skyrim, you had dialogue with NPCs, but like the shopkeeper, every time you talked to him, it was the same. Hey, I want to buy some of my stuff, right? I'm a shopkeeper, so I'm just gonna basically get you to the menu that interacts. But with Skyrim, and it was growing out of MMORPGs and all that kind of stuff too, right? That the entities in those games would go around doing their own kind of thing, and we call that AI, right? But they would basically go, oh, there's a dragon coming, right? Taken from Skyrim. I should go inside. I don't want to die. Self-preservation, get me out of here, right? And to that extent, it would read what your character had recently like either just leveled up as a skill or what weapons, armor were equipped, and they would try to comment to you based on that. Like, oh, I see you favor the sword, or you favor an axe. I'm a sword guy myself, and have these little comments that were offhanded and just said in your presence, but they're engaging in your world. And I think where is the AI that's pushing that even further and building based off your character's progression and arc and current activities to make you feel immersed, like at least to the level of a chat interaction. You're hanging in the world, and I'm sure this is all. I'm not. Oh wow, this is why didn't anybody think of that? I'm just surprised it hasn't gone further because, like in a chat, there's so in a help desk chat where you're clearly dealing with a bot. You go in, you got a question, you pull up the chat window, and it's the corny little, "Hey, how you doing today?" Sorry, texts, hockey scheduling texts. Oh, dude, so all-consuming. I've counted this like 8 times. I think we're just good, right? 5. Oh, dude, 5. And then this is the one that connects us up. All right, that should be all good. So these are our 2 base farms down here, probably chickens and cows, and then we got 2 more going up here, either 1 or 2 levels up. 2 kind of seems possible, right? There's a lot of real estate that's at this higher level, and if we really try to expand that out, not so much here at the lower side. Um, but anyway, AI in games, I would love to have those NPCs doing even more of that, reacting to what you're working. What are you carrying? What's in your inventory? They have a unique chance to have a little more insight, but evolve their banter, those throwaway things, just with the most basic of call center chat AIs, possible responses. But instead of, hey, the shopkeeper gets these dozen responses, and if you've played that game and interacted with them enough, they're going to have gone through the whole thing 17 million times, and you're going to be ready to rip their eyes out. And then especially when they borrow that phrase pool or share it with other characters scattered around the world, because there's nothing worse than when you have progressed to get into later game content, right? And you go to a brand new city way across a huge map or something, right? And it's all fresh and new and exciting, and then you drop in and you hear the same introductory stuff that you've heard since you were the level 1 character that was first getting your gear, right? It's like, oh man, I get it, but come on. And the other piece there is have them adapt to your quest list and some of the things, right? Because one of the things that Skyrim completely failed to do, they took, again, their pathfinders, their pioneers, and 20 years ago they're doing massively cool stuff with this. And I remember when Fallout came out, the fact that they were using language recognition software that, within reason, right? They wouldn't, the NPCs wouldn't try, particularly, they had profanity filters and everything. So if your name was Poo Poo Head, effectively, right? If your name said shit in it, right? I don't, it doesn't bother me. I hope that didn't offend you. If that drives you away from my channel, I'm sorry. But context, guys, let's go. So, if your name was Sir Shit, the game wouldn't say it. But if your name was something that was, a readily a noun in a dictionary, or who knows, one of the top 10,000 names, right? I don't know, however many words the voice actors had in their lexicon or whatever, if your name was Bill and you named your character Bill, the game was more than likely going to know how to say Bill, and so the NPCs would call you by name. Hey, Mr. Bill, how you doing? I hope you're doing well today, that kind of stuff. And that, at the time, that was jaw-dropping. That was straight up, it's the opening scene of Fallout, if you haven't seen it yet. Before the bombs fall, you're hanging out at your house, and your robot addresses you. That's the first taste most people got of this. And he's walking between your kid's bedroom and your main part of your house through a hallway. At some point in there, right? You have freedom to move around, but at some point in there, he says, in his little Codsworth accent, so and so, so and so. And if your name is Bill, he would say, Mr. Bill, I think you better see this. but it was straight up, you're walking around exploring this little world, and to hear your character's name spoken aloud by an NPC, that was a flat out stop in your tracks. This is a triple A game, and this is where it's going. And it was amazing, right? That was the difference between Skyrim. Your name shows up in things, and the prime example, early game, most people in Skyrim have already seen this, where the difference of where that technology had gotten to was in Skyrim, right at the beginning of your experience. You've just gotten out of the tutorial section, and you're going down to the first little village that you will encounter, which is called Riverwood, right? And on one of the paths, the option is to go with a Nord who helps facilitate your escape, or was captured as well, one of the Stormcloaks. So he's escaping too, and you guys run off together. Probably, I don't know, 85 or more percent of players that went through one time or didn't try to go through a different one. You go with the Nord, right? That's kind of the setup. And hey, those Imperials, mean old nasty Imperials, were trying to chop your head off. So why are you going to trust the guy that intercedes as you're running away, literally with the town on fire, trying to make it to safety? And one of the guys who was just about to chop your head off is like, "Hey, dude, I'll keep you safe at the moment. Come with me." So the game's kind of set up to lead you that way. And you do that, you go down, and the character who you escape with, was also destined for the chopping block, and met you on the famous cart ride as the credits load. His name's Rayloff, and he takes you down to meet his sister. And in the course of that exchange, where he's explaining, "Hey, we just got away. There was a dragon. Did you notice that there was a dragon?" Right? She, or the two of them, instead of being able, even in the written caption text or anything else, they don't know your gender or your name, so they just leave it as they, them. And it drives me absolutely crazy, right? Because it should be him or her. Grammatically, it's like one of those fingers on chalkboard kind of deals, right? Like your shivers down your spine. Maybe you guys don't even know, like, how many annoying sounds that drive you to have that little like shiver down your spine. I don't even have context for you younger folks, because when I was a kid, the two that you would talk about were, it's like running your fingers down a blackboard. Well, nobody has a blackboard anymore, right? Everything's dry erase, if that, and now it's like a video board. You may not even have that in your classrooms, anything, but old school chalkboard made of slate or whatever equivalent was to write on with chalk. If you drag your fingernails down there, or even if the chalk squeaks on it, it's one of the most horrible sounds in the world. That's where the whole fingers down the chalkboard come from. The other one that's awful, and I react to a lot of people do, is the old styrofoam packing materials. Again, we don't use those anymore. Many of you may not have even gotten something. Sometimes like computer boxes, but even those now, they've come so far, they have the little corner foamy things that hold the corners, and it's lighter, there's less material anyway, it's cheaper for the folks, and you don't have this stuff sitting in landfills. Presumably the newer stuff is equally biodegradable, but at the very least it's you need to use less of it, right? So those two context things, those are kind of that horrible sounds. Those are the two that I would refer to. What does it say about our world that most of those people don't even associate with anymore? I don't know. Anyway, kind of cool. So that grammar, that mistake in the grammar or lack of the game to even just process, was your character select? It's a yes or no, right? And it's right in the profile. When you come down out of the experience and meet the character who's going to help you out a little bit, they can't even determine from a single flag in your character bio page that you built when you were doing character creation, is the character male or female? And they didn't bother to have the two options of this is a male or a female, we should use he, she, his, her instead of they, them. And pronouns, all that kind of stuff aside, it is so grating to hear them, which is a plural pronoun, used in the place of a singular. To me, that always is just like, dude, that even from the time I started playing that game, that was such an easy thing to fix. And from the time Bethesda went from Skyrim to their next AAA release, right along with it, Fallout, which came out 2 years later. I don't even know how many years. Maybe it's like closer to 5. There's a pretty big gap, right? Because you gotta tip over the resources, and you gotta know when a game is released, most of those resources have already moved on, right? The story, the background lore starting to build up, all of the templates. Yeah, the world may not be up and functioning, but a lot of that stylistic stuff that's going to eventually populate the world has already been in process of getting built. But it's the AI stuff that you pay voice actors to read out these scripts, right? And that's why the same phrase gets repeated over and over again. But I think either they'll be to a point where voice actors can be synthesized to the point where it can just be a purely artificial voice, right? Siri are one of those, and some of those, there's a woman out there that was the initial Alexa Siri, but you're basically now you're not reading phrases and things like that are recorded. What you're doing is reading it a vocabulary, and the artificial voice or the AI will then select from it and apply emphasis. You're basically moderating as you go to give all those things. Now, when they load it into a game to make it run easier, you don't have all that. So maybe the top ridiculous amount, but maybe 200 to 500 expressions are preloaded as based, but then you could start to build that out a little bit, right? Hey, you've changed in relation to this city, and I'm not just talking like you are loved or hated, right? Those things have been built into NPCs and phrasing because it just doesn't make if you're wanted by all the guards and they've got a bounty on your head, people aren't going to be like, oh hey, you're awesome. They're going to be like, oh, what are you doing here? Or if you attacked the city the last time, they're not going to welcome you with open arms. But the subtleties, right? Yeah, now I understand that you've raised in status in a different city, or as you're moving through, right, all these little different cities, you basically have a Thane quest line in each where you rise up in the eyes of the Lord and become a respected pseudo noble, right? You're not technically a nodal, but nodal, but you get to buy property, you get to live in the thing. And how cool is it if the game is constantly evaluating a number of those kind of things, and to the extent that it's AI, it's just going through and being like, what's a predicted good response? How would the stable hand respond to the new player who's just walking through it and walking around it in kind of shabby clothes and low grade weapons, and likely to likely to come up and ask, hey, is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Stablehand? Because I'm just looking to get a leg up any way I can to... That was a bad pun with a stablehand getting a leg up. I didn't intend that. Sorry about that. That was horrible. But anyway, you're just trying to get your start. Find, hey, go get me 3 bags of wheat. I want to feed my horse. That kind of a quest to, I'm not wasting my time with that. My time is more precious. I need to go save the world or find a princess or that kind of stuff. The stable hand, if I talk to them at all, it's going to be in the context of their business, and they should be deferential to me, right? When do those kinds of changes begin to fall just into the NPC dialogue, where each of those NPCs is going through a check to, would it be likely that they'd heard of me? Does my outfit fit my station, right? would they recognize me if I'm effectively in disguise, right? If I'm wearing fancy, nice clothes, not combat gear, and I'm walking through, are they going to treat me more as a statesman, fellow person about town? If I walk into the little saloon full up in my late game armor and it's in the starter town, are they all going to just kind of go quiet and turn and be like, are you here to kill one of us, or are you just here to get a drink? And if so, why didn't you take off all that heavy armor, right? That kind of stuff. Fascinating to me. I can't wait to see where it all goes. And even though it's a silly, minor application, I think it should be such a test bed ground for how those kind of things expand. And again, I think Twitch kind of blew that all out of the water um, by creating such a more fertile one by having these live chats, and Facebook and all that kind of led the way. I quickly walked away from Facebook way back before it was trendy to do. Just it wasn't for me. I don't care to see your vacation photos or hear about what you're doing, and I know a lot of my friends out there, my family often is like, "Oh, we saw you were doing this." And it's like, "What?" "Oh, yeah, yeah, it was on Facebook." One of the people, people can see the stuff of other people. Um, it's been years now since I've been into Facebook. My stuff's still out there, and I guess probably that's stupid. But it's if I ever really needed to get in there, I could, and it keeps the connection up. But I think there's a shrinking population of people that are still even using it for what it was designed for, and obviously that's why Facebook went to we should rebrand ourselves as Meta and look to start finding new business opportunities, because this one, no matter how completely the world bought it for a long time, it doesn't last. Twitch won't. Minecraft hopefully keeps evolving. That's how we kind of got to this. We were talking with Bobby about new game releases, and can they keep developing Java and keeping it the sandbox adventure that it is, where you don't have to be told what to do. You get to define that, but there's lots of different stuff to go explore. I hope it stays like that in some shape or fashion. And maybe the popular desire will be for something so completely different that ways people are just like, what? Why would you even want to do that anymore? People used to do this, but for now at least. And in talking about, we were talking about Bobby's grandpa YouTubing about music and stories and stuff. I that struck a passion for me. Um, a real if there's something that I could continue to expand or figure out a better way to reach, it is how do you turn on seniors, people who didn't even grow up with video games at all, to come to them in technology that often they have found intimidating and have been dragged to, and don't embrace the constant change of technology. And you guys that are all like, "Oh, technology change," that's what I'm brought up on. It will change for you guys throughout the course of your life. Part of it is having been exposed to it all along. Part of it is getting older and going, I liked it. I liked it the way it was when I felt as confident and comfortable as I possibly could when I was young, and everybody else was like, "Oh, what?" And now if there's any change with the technology right now, it's teaching us that you don't get that feeling for long. It goes away very fast, and how many different things changed, but fundamentally there are pieces that you kind of cling to, and as you get older, you kind of go, "No, I'm good. I don't. I like things the way they are. I like the amount of access or ease or whatever that is made available to me." Um, for the cost and whatever, and I'm good if I never never upgrade again. I can run with this. Sadly, that's never the case, right? Those things will slowly wear down and not be available. But I think Minecraft, while um, inaccessible and seeming trivial to a lot of older folks, is something that could grow into them if they're exposed to it in a way that is not understanding that it's not the new dungeons, it's not the boss mobs or some of those kind of things that grow on them. But hey, you could within reason reproduce the home or town that you recall of your childhood, understanding that what you remember is not probably accurate, but it's an impression of it. And certainly with Minecraft, it's not going to go for hyper realism anyway, but um, it may give you a piece of nostalgia and a piece to then when maybe you're getting together with relatives or people that are separated around the world, but you have shared memories of that childhood, that summer you spent together at a lake camp or something like that, and you kind of build up a world of that or an impression of that in Minecraft, and then hey, jump on my server. I want to show you something. Do you remember summer camp? Right, that's a great example. We all went to camp Minecraftia, even though it was just a summer camp with a lake and some canoes and cabins and marshmallow s'mores and stuff by the fire at night, and somebody with a guitar teaching you campfire songs. Um, uh, Meal hall and all that. Sometimes you do the obligatory try to cook over the fire and do the little tinfoil dinner, and it would turn out with the meat still tough and chewy and the vegetables all mush because they're actually tougher to pull off than you think, but that's all right because you got to do it. You got to have those memories, and that would be, that would be something that would be very, I think, well suited to Minecraft, building up the cabins and being outdoors in the woods and all that, um, and then opening that up, sharing that to others, and being able to just go, hey, you remember when we went to summer camp together? I've kind of built that back up. Let's come on, jump on my server, and let's go. Let's go see if we can reminisce. What do you remember about that camp? Or for grandkids and stuff like that. This is where I went. Maybe they're scared or excited about going off to summer camp for a first time, sleeping away from home, getting loaded on a school bus and taking your sleeping bag to sleep on a bunk bed and all that stuff. Nervous excitement at a change, and you're a little keyed up about it, and then grandma and grandpa are like, hey, you know what? Come on over. Let me show you what I experienced and kind of what maybe you're even going to the same camp that they went to. I know as a kid when I was little, I went to the same camp my uncle had gone to, and when I went to it, it was already set up as it was a YMCA camp. Um, but it was set up for boys and girls and all that. When he had gone, much much earlier, it was the YMCA, and M stood for men. There was a YWCA, but before that had been kind of we can save a lot of money for one thing, not duplicating these facilities, but also uh, the whole idea that girls should somehow, well, we still fight it today, but at least from the extent of when my uncle was a kid in the probably late 50s, early 60s. I don't know. Um, I don't know what the time frame would have been when he was going to that camp, but um, there was certainly different attitudes. Back then, it was very much the era of, oh, no, a boy's not going to play with a doll, and yeah, no, a girl's not going to play football. That's a boy's sport. She might she might actually get a bruise. No girl would ever want to drop a shoulder and run somebody over and feel the power and the strength of a skill speed game. No, 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 no. That's boys stuff, not girls stuff. Sadly, not really being that facetious either. That was very much how some of that went. There was still an attitude of, oh, you're a girl. Well, you're not going to get a husband if you seem too rough. You need to be pretty and good cook and be able to decorate the house. I've said many times, I really enjoy riff tracks, old sci-fi and B movies and all that kind of stuff, horror movies and comedy commentary along the way. But a big part of what they do are shorts, not like YouTube shorts, but like short films from back in the day, because there's much less focus on them being copyrighted for one thing, right? Um, you make a film for a classroom, right? There's not money to be made, so protecting the copyright, less of a deal. So I think we're going to go back a little bit more and try to start this because I would like. So down here we've got chest, chest, step, step. So there'll only be like a half step between the stairs and the chest, right? And then step, and then we're up, and I would like an edge there, but then I think more step to the chests just to walk up on the back edge of it would be cool. Chests, chest, walkway, and then this is our digging hole. And is this in line? It is. Look at that. So then, there. Good, right? Ooh, and some coal. We won't pass that up. But then this is where we're going to run into trouble. Or not. Oh, that's pretty good. We will have to sleep here soon, but this gets us a double edge on the outside. And we'll just pull that all the way over to there. Let's get our bed close to down. Are we ready? Nope. Knew it. I should have just shoveled. All right. So man, where? Oh, there's film shorts. So short films designed back in the day as film strips, or even nowadays, I'm sure they're still being made for classroom students. But they're probably just accessible off a server or something nowadays, right? All right, so we did just go with the traditional two in between here, and then we're going to have two more here. And this one will take a lot more diggity chopping. There we go. So we'll have to glade all this out. Camp. That's what I was talking. Old people and thinking of camp or other similar type activities that they enjoyed and can now get back to and share with other people. So, a lot of just that. You went to a summer camp that was just for boys or girls? That's crazy. And those kinds of stories could come out. Not only to mention, there's a huge, huge problem with depression once folks are taken out of their home and move into a senior center type place, right? Where everybody is there, not because that was their dream, although there are some beautiful ones that you pay for them, right? And that's kind of a separation, right? How much money do you have when you get old, and how much of it is disposable enough to be able to spend on your own comfort as you get older, or how much of it says you have no other option than to share a room with somebody. You know, you're you're losing control of a lot of different parts of your body, and it's a tough enough emotional time as it is. And hey, now you get a roommate who is in a similar state, and you wake up in the middle of the night, you can't sleep, you're tormented, maybe there's some dementia, and you've got nightmares and things like that that are 10 times worse than they ever were when you were an adult or a kid, because you can't tell, are they real or not, because that stuff now starts just happening. Um, and maybe those people not so much streaming or recording their thoughts on YouTube in or even playing Minecraft necessarily, but any of that. Even think about it, if you're a doctor and you're trying to gauge somebody's um, state and well-being and emotions and outlook, what better way than just, hey, do what I do, right? Have some free verse, and I would hope anybody listening to that is like, yeah, this guy seems like he's kind of got it all together, and not talking about wanting to hurt puppies or kittens or anything like that. Generally encouraging people to be themselves, be positive, think about their mental attitude and apply it. Whether it's in a game and not getting frustrated that you lost a hardcore world, just, hey, another opportunity to grow, like we did earlier today, or I don't know. But put that in the context of somebody that's aging, and they're not likely to want to open up about um, the fact that they're having trouble with memory, right? Today I couldn't remember my daughter's name. That's awful. I'm not saying that literally as an example, right? I don't have kids, um, but that would be one of those things that as you're going through it, and you'd have to be accomplished at it, right? You couldn't. I'm not saying that the medical profession just start gauging people, right? Because certainly you're playing a game, you get distracted, you're trying to think about one thing and talk about another. It's a tough skill. You got to practice it. Clearly, I need loads of practice. I'd like to think I'm getting better than I was when I first started all this over on YouTube. Go check out the Hambidge YouTube channel. Check out the early videos, the starts of Minecraft, and you tell me, has it come along, or am I just rehashing a lot of the old mistakes? Some of the things I think at least I'm getting a little better at. Give me that. Give me that. Just lie to me. It's a beautiful lie. Uh, but if you had enough context, and if there was enough of a body of work, that would be a real tool as people are going through a light game type environment. Are they able to um, continue to stay on a oh, man, I'm realizing how awful this sounds in terms of what I do. Are they willing to continue along? Are they willing to work towards a goal without too much diversion? Or if they do get diverted, is there a reason for it? It's natural. We would be very ill suited to learning and adapting or surviving, honestly, if we couldn't quickly change gears as we work on whatever it is we're doing. That's another one of those probably AI type touring things, right? Can whatever the artificial is adapt and change between a lot of different things? And sure, that manifests as you're a little bit absent-minded, but particularly in Minecraft, where you're never sure what the game's going to throw at you next, and you may be set into a building project, right? We went after pumpkins a bunch, while we were looking for coal or whatever, because hey, look at that. Now this has come available. We just got a new trade, or we discovered this. adaptability and the ability to um, um, measure circumstances, I guess, and evaluate what is needed in those. That's some of the stuff that when you're aging, um, I'm assuming, those are the mental type things that aren't quite as sharp and begin to need additional attention. So how good a tool is it to be able to see as a medical practitioner? Oh yeah, you seem to be able to roll with those really well, or uh, you you don't even know what what it is you were trying to do when you started playing today. And I'm not just talking I got distracted by chat and I was there. It, sadly, I think many of us will come to evaluate those kinds of things as we move forward in life and see them happening um, in the process of loved ones, right? So I don't know. I don't want to get it deep and dark, but I think there's very there's secure degrees usually at the end of life when people really struggle with that and it becomes debilitating. But it's the I forgot where I left my car keys again kind of. Yeah, my memory's not as sharp now as it was when I was 15. The other thing is I um, I think the further along you get in life, and I'm somewhere between the 15-year-old and the 70-year-old. Oh man, about halfway. Which, when you count in those first teenage years, that starts going. Oh, okay. Um, and honestly, I don't even probably a lot further than that. I don't know. I don't feel like thinking about it too much. Not that it bothers me, but I don't want to let you guys know too much how old I am. Anyway, I should have left this wood over there. What we really need now are a ton. We don't need these birch logs, and we don't need these seeds. We may need the seeds, and we may need the wheat. And can we try? Let's look for pumpkins. But first, let's load up on cobble. Because I have a feeling I'm going to need every bit we've got, and then some. Let's go see if there are any random taters about. Hey, do you got any taters? Really wish you could reverse things and buy produce from them. It would change so much of the great beet and carrot hunts we've been on over the years. I don't really want that to happen, but I planted a ton of potatoes. Not a ton, not nearly as much as wheat, but I made sure to put a lot of them out here. Where are they all? Come on, guys. Tend to these crops. Potatoes? I'd like to get enough that I'm not risking my supply, because especially if they start pulling those and not replanting with potatoes, opting for wheat instead, I can't afford to risk not having any potatoes. And I'd like to get pigs out. So let's see if I can. Oh, here we go. Right? So I don't even have any to replant with. Boom. There's one. So I'm trying to bring these over as well, so we have enough to get the pigs into an eventual pen without using up everything that we've got. Everything else here, except maybe we'll see how far the pumpkins are. Everything else can wait. And then we need just an absolute load of stone. See, no potatoes here. Where did all the potatoes go? And how many farms are there that I'm just totally missing? definitely have a good start helper situation going on here. But it really feels like some of these got updated while we were working over there. They took the potatoes away. Ow. There's one though. Not full grown, but so at least a few. And our wheat here is getting closer. What are you doing? And look at all our berries. Now that we hardly need them anymore. But plenty of those. Alright, we're not hungry at all. I think we're at a relatively new day though, and we got lots of space. So let's keep staircasing and try for more cobble. It's not quite a stack to get each farm ringed. 44 just for the foundation stones, and then you need 44 pieces of wall for each pen. Walls are fairly cheap, though. There is that stone cutter up at the jack-o'-lantern house behind mine. I don't think on walls it gives us a whole lot of extra help, but might. Let's keep going. Keep hope. Oh no. Just as I said it. Just keep hoping for more cobble, and then we hit a patch of andesite. And was that a skeleton I heard? Oh, come on. End quickly. This looks like cobble again, so maybe it's just a pat. No. Oh no. No, 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 no. I need the cobblestone. Oh, this is all just trash right now. And at some point, maybe in our new house we'll want some of it, but using stone tools, and when you know you're moving down towards a deep slate that won't have any cobble, it's tougher. Oh, so we've gone pretty good. I should check the runtime here, but I know I should have just done a single farm. Now we got dirt. Are you flipping kidding me, game? Give me back some cobble. They're probably laughing at me right now, like I was talking all that AI stuff earlier. This is the new Minecraft. The game listens and allocates resources based on what the player is talking if they have an audio in hooked up. I think that's unlikely. Oh, dude. Come on. Can I do that? Good. Okay. This is probably about as close as I can get a light. All right, well, this isn't too terrible. Do that. Okay. Sure did put an end to my cobble farming, didn't it? Probably also bedtime. Nope. All right, let's go see. How close to bedtime it is. Not too bad. Need a better way of moving between these. Grindstone there, but I think this was stone cutter. Let's do. I can do 2 of those and have 2 stacks of ready stone. And that should be good enough. Still don't have a very good way down from here yet, do I? Can I go like that? All right, next up. Trying to avoid just being crushed with planks or sticks or anything else, but we need still more than that, right? Okay, we got 4. Partial can go away, and then we've got 2 of these. Alright. That's all done. Sleep time yet? Go over here. I think this is where we're going to put these guys. So now, I do have wheat, I do have seeds, and I do have potatoes. Oh man, just talking about all that. Been going a minute, and I didn't have lunch because I started kind of around 11:30. Just want to get these guys hanging out and going. Hopefully safe and secure. Think we still have time to finish here before it's really bedtime. That. More water. Like I said, feeling it now. That way, this goes. Is that one too many? Was. Try to get fancy. We don't need fancy. We just need what works. Everybody looks good there. Ah. So caught up on the chests and everything. I forgot to cut that other hillside back so that nothing would be able to just jump over the walls. And technically they shouldn't, right? That's why the chests work. If you have chests a block away, you can jump over the gap. Mobs will not try to do that. That's even though it's an easy little hop. And so here they're probably okay, but the problem is as you go a little higher, um, they can just come down and kind of build momentum and end up on top of the wall, and then they can drop down on either side. So that's what we don't want happening. So we'll just take this back at least one more. And no big deal here because all of this is so well set. And I think I'll just do one more just in case we want to round out stairs around this outer edge. Okay, now let's put what building supplies we do have back there. I don't want to get rid of all my stone because we'll have to replace tools and all that. And for now, at least, we'll put some of those away. Let's go animal searching. Not hunting. We don't want to hurt. We want to collect. And I see an egg. I see a chicken. Hi there, chicken. I sure hope you have a friend, not necessarily a bunny. As they say, takes two to tango there, turkey. And I don't think it's worth trying the seeds. Let's hope. Oh, there's another one right over there. All right, before we do anything else, let's just go get him. I would much prefer to have a overhung tree line, but I think getting the chicken back with minimal pain is worthwhile. I fully expect that it will lose interest in this grass seed just as soon as we get intro from the other. Intro? It's not aggro. Alright. There we go. Parrots and the bats. Now, you go away, you come back, and now we look for cows. We've seen them. They're around here somewhere. At least one is. There's one. Another chicken, too. I hope you have a friend. Come on. Right in here. Nice wide entry. You're going to love it. Alright. Snack on a potato ourselves. And I don't want to carry the wheat because even though I'd love to bring sheep around, I don't want to. Gotta check the holes. Sometimes cows fall in there. There's a sheep. Chicken. Sheep. Bees. Hello, bees. More sheep. Come on. I don't want to have to take the boat trip, although we will if we don't find it. There's the pigs. Come on. I know there were 2 cows, right? I think there were 2 cows. Pretty sure I saw 2 up in the trees. Well, let's swing our way back here. Hope that it was just hiding. Listen for moos. It's what the cow says. I guess we're going on a boat trip, guys. Alright, well, we know there are some over there, and they shouldn't have. Nothing should have happened except that maybe it's spawn and they're loaded. Like animals don't grow up, I don't think, even though they're in spawn. Leaves don't apparently don't decay. I'll let a little bit of that go. Beautiful ocean. Just nothing there. That means loads of room for us to go adventuring in. And access to things like cows. When our cows like to disappear and tease us, mock us with their disappearing, wandering ways, we can just go find better, nicer, friendlier cows. All right, we are getting up on nighttime here, so come over. And speaking of friendly and nice, I bet this pig would be a cool dude to hang out with. What's up, buddy? Can I sleep by you? Maybe I will go find the cows to sleep by. Seems we have a minute here. Now, is this back into the swampy area? Now we have to wonder, where were those stupid cows? Alright, this is our swamp. We saw cows around here. Um, Need a cow glass. It's like a spyglass, but specially designed for cows. I think they were this way, right? They're there. Right on the other side of the pig point. All right, hey cow. Oh, look at him coming to. See, he heard. He was like, "Oh, I'm a friendly cow." Here, let me get that out of your way. No, oh. See how much more that boat slid? Yeah, hey. Come on, get. Oh, come on. Let me. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, don't snort. I said it wasn't too bad. You are a friendly cow. You have been so named. Ooh, ooh. I just noticed how far back the video has gotten at some point here, so we lagged up a little bit. It's all right. We're about to wrap up, so if you feel that this is out of sync, and unfortunately, the chat-heavy stuff we got through without incident, which makes me feel good. That's the main deal, right? I don't want to worry about people in chat going like, "What are you talking about, dude?" I'm trying to respond, and it seems like it's taking you a minute to reply or see my messages. I don't think we're that far back, but for instance, I'm just now putting down the boat to pick up the cow in the video. So yeah, we something lagged us up here. But again, we've gone over 4 hours now. I don't feel too bad that we get a little bit out of sync here at the end. I just appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. If you're stumbling across these videos for the first time, whether that be over on YouTube or here in Twitch, if you're in Twitch, go ahead and do me a favor, hit that follow button. Not only will that give me the opportunity to know that you are out there, it'll give you the chance to chat in our chat and say hi, get to know everybody. Let's go this way, make it easy on you, dude, because you're a friendly cow. And friendly cows are best cows. All right, here we go. In and awesome, and you guys get a snack. All right, we got a baby cow and a baby chicken. That, my friends, is going to get us taken care of here today. We will keep the eggs over here, and we'll keep all these seeds. We got plenty of seeds. We've got a few potatoes ready for pig recruitment, but we need to get a bunch more cobble now. We do have enough. Should we just do the pig? Let's just do the pigs. Sheep, there are so many of. I'm not too worried about it, but let's get these pigs over. One thing I was thinking I was going to put them there because it's closer to where the pigs are, but actually I'd like to put the sheep there because sheep could spread out and have big enclosures for each of the different colors. So I did just bury that coal. I don't know. We still really need coal, but I don't like thinking about it in that kind of terms. This is not a mining area. This is our paddocks, pens, and coops. I mean, it's a very open air coop, but well, this is not when we were in the previous world, slog, swampy slog, sticky, whatever it was. I anticipated a lot of underground. We ended up going deep underground very quickly um, at terminal velocity when we had our mass and acceleration could not exceed one another any further. We dropped like a rock and splatted as a result. Don't try to do that. So here we are, and I love this world. This world may be one of the tops I've seen. It is so good. And honestly, I don't know what that. Probably we're going to die, right? So as much as I am playing this one kind of traditional, build it up, it is still a whole new version of Minecraft. There's lessons to be learned, things that one day we will go, oh, that's easy. Today, we don't even know to fear yet. So it kind of hurts that we took the L falling down a hole that I should have covered up. But it is. There were three little piggies, and here's one. I wanted to get you. Oh man, come back through this little pathway I cut for myself. Now, where did the other one run off to? Come here. He was just there. There's one. Come here. All right, don't hurt yourself. Got two. Two's really all we need. But the idea of getting three piggies. Oh, don't get stuck. Come on. Hey, dude. Come on. Come on. Oh, there it is. Can you see it? Can you see the torches in the distance, little pigs? Pigs' eyesight. I know they're very intelligent. Uh, Certainly from Stardew, we focus on their aptitude for smelling out truffles. That is particular types of snakes, but they have the big snouts, right? Designed for rooting around in the ground, and you know, generally that adaptation is for not so much finding truffles as finding little grubs and roots and whatever else they want to eat, like a wild boar. Makes up a big part of their diet on all that kind of stuff. So, acorns and who knows what else. So, now that our pigs are bred, I think let's keep them. Let's keep us at three little piggies, right? You like how I did that? We didn't get the other wild one, but we still got three when we get done. Um, So sheep, I will just try to get done and have everything going. We still want to um, rock these farms while we're here a little bit, not only for the food, but to see what other trade gear we can get early game before we're to enchanting and see if that can't make our life better, right? Like having a fire aspect sharpness one sword, pretty handy. And we can buy more of those as those wear down, so we don't have to worry about mending so much, and always just have a little bit of extra oomph until we're through to diamonds. Um, I should have left this and the gates. Pull those down to the side, kind of start sorting this a little bit. I am not going to get sucked into harvesting anything right now. Too tempting, too much going on. What I may get tempted into doing, let's put this away. Here. Let's make one more chest. And on a small scale... No! Oh, I gotta shift it. that was the torch I wanted to keep. All right, shift here. All right, this one is still all foodie. This one, like I said, small scale can now be tools and such goodies. Right? Do I want to move the obsidian? I don't think so. Space is still at a premium. But, oh, that sounded very doors. As soon as the doors start slamming. Um, Time to go to bed. Now, we did have these. Dude, this is kind of need to be right in between. There, iron. Got these 5 plugs. Oh, and we should take these torches, which I don't even need to store. So those can still go over here. This can kind of mark our iron spot. And then these guys can go into the random tool bin. Like, I don't need to carry the shears all the time. This comes over. This goes back. A little long on shovels, a little short on axes. I don't know what we're going to set up with the next time around, but we are definitely going to want to have all of our tools ready to go and be set to hit the ground running. So, what a start, huh? What a cool little world. You guys saw the channel cut out to the ocean. We can almost... I kind of want to make that... I kind of want to make all this window. Let's... I know. I don't want to stop. I missed Minecraft and I didn't touch it while I wasn't streaming. I didn't touch any of the other worlds. I didn't play. Um, and I think you're seeing a lot of that with me starting, getting killed, starting over. Um, I'm sad. I was loving the 19 exploration and all that, but honestly, you kind of sensed it, right? Or I felt it. I'm guessing it came through easily um, in the recording from last Tuesday and then earlier today. I was I was interested in exploring stuff, but the world was not the one I was looking for. I couldn't get excited about it. The swamp was awesome right there with the jungle. That little bit was cool, but it was so trapped by the land that I really felt like there wasn't much to go around there. So I'm just going to do a little bit of this. I want to open this thing up. Ooh, can I? That's weird. But now we can almost... There we go. Now we can see our animals. Keep an eye on them. I don't want to lose that tree, so I don't think I'm going to change that. I think I will do the same thing over here, though. Just open this up. And maybe we'll leave that shutter closed. I shouldn't give up on that cobble. Yeah, that's better, right? All right, now let's go there. All right. Well, that was a fun little deal. It helps. I like our little 1 bedroom starter tower shack. Nobody was using it, right? Nobody could get to it, so nobody claimed this bed. There was nothing stuck up here. So, had any villager claimed this bed, they wandered out, fell out of the tree, and when I got it, they wouldn't have made it back anyway. So probably wouldn't have survived many nights. We're doing everybody a favor. Basically, we're heroes, and that's that's as far as I'm willing to take it. We got a great little start um, working here. You know what? Let's do this. and this. This is kind of trash. These are both, all these are building things. What am I doing? No, not that. This. Those go together. That can go over here. Um, lumber. And again, as soon as we start really building, none of this will matter too much. Uh, dye and we can. We're gonna have loads of space by the time I just combine all the fencing stuff. You go here. You're both kind of one-offs. You're a supply. Wool down here. Emeralds. And then dirt can come with us. Yeah, I think that's better. I may be back tonight, guys. I don't know. I don't want to let this go, but I really need a significant break. I need to get up. I need to get outside. It's hot. But it's now after 6 p.m. So it won't be that way for long. Now I can see that it's nice out. I can drop down here. We're gonna put our dirt and our gravel away. Somewhere I had boxes for these. There we go. Why do I have a hoe with my picks? Oh, do I have other cobble over here too? We need the cobble. This is a unique opportunity, I think. No, I can't. Don't want to break this. There. Now I can go there. Can I just go here? Yeah. I think we will fill this. I know I'm trying to gather cobblestone and then I do that. But now, oh, I hope I have a little buddy living downstairs. I hope they've survived. I hope I haven't ill affected them. What I'm hoping to do here is tweak this side a bit so I'm still free from unwanted guests, but I'm not real ideally looking at this guy. Right? Now, I could clear. What if I did. I'm just kind of spitballing now. Sorry, there's lack of commentary here. I know I should be wrapping up for all of you guys that like to jump through the videos. I do too. And then like catch the, all right, what happened at the end? So I know, well, what happened is we got this awesome little house, and I'm just trying to tweak it just a little bit. To make it better. Maybe we don't even need this. Maybe we just do this and this and this. Because I still want to be able to go underneath, right? But now, that's simple. There's no ugly logs sticking around. I can go this way if I want. So basically when I'm coming back up here, this is easy. Put a stair right there. I was really thinking I'd like to put a bunch more up here, but I gotta go. Guys, you're all awesome. In case you can't tell, I've had a blast. I don't want it to stop, but too much is too much. It is time for Habbage to sleep. It is time for me to go get some food working, get outside while it's cooling off and turning into what looks like a beautiful evening. Those raindrops seem to have passed. So I would like to get out and make the most of it while it's not too super hot. And then maybe I'll be back for a little more. I certainly would enjoy that, I think. But let's quickly save this one. So here we are. If you know the name, the source of the name, shout it in a comment. Shout it in a chat next time around. Follow me, then you'll know when I'm live and can go. And we'll see. Do I come back and do some more this evening, or do we wrap that up for the day and come back fresh again tomorrow? Bobby God, I know you mentioned some S&P stuff. We'll see. I wouldn't do any of that with stream, and if that conflicts or otherwise doesn't work with my day, no promises there. It's just I appreciate the idea of wanting to hang out and play together, but there's lots of folks watching, getting views and stuff on the follows and all that. A little quiet, especially after a week of nothing. I'm sure they're kind of searching on. But if you've come back, and so many people did today, huge shout out to Reap. Oh my gosh, what's the beginning of Reaper's name? Reaper and Mr. Fart Guy, or whatever his name was. He said fart when he came in. It wasn't Mr. Fart Guy. I'll have to check on his name. Got a raid. Came in from Located Reaper, right? Located Reaper. So that was fantastic. That was in the first segment. Stream got backed up. I died, so I restarted everything. We went again, and let's just see how far have we gone. It is 5 hours, so 6.5, pretty much total. Great time today. Like I said, I'm still chomping at the bit for more, but life calls. If I do play, it'll probably be loud. I got some laundry to do. Got all that various stuff that I wasn't really focusing on when I was sick. Man, I tell you what, I got to change them. My sheets are like, it gets hot at night and you sweat. They're nasty. I slept on them last night. I was like, oh my God, and I haven't done anything with it today. I've been with you guys. So time to get busy, be an adult, go outside, and wish you guys a wonderful night. I say right now while I'm playing, I'll probably come back. Probably won't. I'll probably move on to other stuff. But take care. Stay awesome to one another. And remember, there's really only two things you can affect in life. That's your attitude and your effort. And your attitude will affect your effort. So just be aware of it. It doesn't always have to I'm not saying you always have to smile or always being chipper will always make things better. It's not realistic, but being aware that your attitude will always affect your effort no matter what you're doing. Think about that one as you go about your lives. Take care. See you next time. Stay awesome. Bye now.